Hello, everyone. So, um, I know you're not really expecting a stream tonight. Didn't really tell anyone in advance, but here we go. I didn't really know I was gonna be streaming tonight either. But this is just what I need to do. Today has not been an easy day at all. And I frankly just need to talk about it because if I don't, it's gonna get worse. Um, Had nothing to do with you guys, don't worry. Nothing happened on any of the communities that we created. Sadly, it's something completely outside of that that I can't really control. But as you guys know, earlier today we started off with an episode that was all about my ex-boyfriend being abusive. And so far, all of the comments on that video have been extremely supportive, and I'm really happy to see that. I needed that support because in doing that episode, I started to realize like how abused he actually made me, and um, I started to, relive that whole relationship again, and it made me feel terribly alone earlier today. And so your comments really did help with that. So thank you first off. Um, but right after that, I had work today. I I don't want to necessarily name the company I work for. It's my production company, Madhausen Productions, is not the company I'm talking about. I work for a television station as well as my company, and the television station just basically fills in my time outside of that work that I have. Um, Normally it's fine, but we normally film like football games, basketball games, soccer games, all sorts of different sports. Um, I hate the sports we film, other than like men's college basketball games or something, because you get to look at hot guys all day. But I absolutely hate the sports that we film. But I do it because I like the equipment, and I get to work with truly remarkable people. Um, to put this in context, I want to tell you about a story about 2 years ago. When I was working, well, actually, I need to go back further than that because 6 years ago, I was working for another company, completely separate from all of these companies I'm talking about now. And my boss made me the general manager of the company, and he said, "Well, hold on, my mic is like really acting up today. I don't know why. Sorry guys. But wow, it's really bad. Yeah. So I might just like go off. Hold on. We're gonna go off script here. Um, we're gonna do it this way instead. Yeah. Who the hell cares? All right. So 5 years ago, I worked for a company, um, where my boss at the time, we were a theater company, and he kept saying to me, if I dare come out as gay, he would fire me the very same minute. And I never felt safe working there for the 3 months that I worked there. And so I promised myself I would never work for a homophobic company ever again. And shortly after, I started at the TV station where I work at now. And nowadays, it's illegal to do what my ex boss threatened to do, because now the Supreme Court has ruled in our favor now in 2020, but that was 5 years ago when it actually happened. So there was no illegal action I can take at the time. Um, so anyway, I started this new company, and during my interview for this company, we walked past one of the desks of one of the other employees that works there, and it's all these rainbows and it's pictures of him and his husband, and I feel incredibly safe all of a sudden. I know this is the company I want to work for because they obviously support LGBTQ community. Since I came out publicly and came out at this company, we have actually started an LGBTQ club at work now, which is really cool. We all just like talk online with each other, and we're all like hanging out in chat rooms and stuff. We're all really friendly to each other, and we're all supportive, right? So it's really cool that I get to have this support group in my own workplace now. And I only work there like 1 day or 2 days a week at most nowadays because of my company being so busy, but it has always been this like safe place. Well, 2 years ago, it wasn't like that. And it's not because of them. They were so what happened was we got into a production truck on the way to a location. We go to all these different high schools and film these games, like I said. But we were on our way to one of the high schools 2 years ago, and this other employee named Ryan, he says to me, "Wow, I cannot believe I'm riding with the fucking fag boy again," right? And I'm just like, what? Like, this is a dude who I've known for like a year and a half at this point, and he's been the nicest guy in the whole world. And I'm like, okay, well, um, this is totally out of left field. I never heard this from him. And so I asked him, I'm like, what did you even just say? Like, I want to like just make sure I got it right, you know? And he repeats it, and then I'm like, well, now that I know I heard you correctly, can you apologize for what you just said? Because I don't know if you know this, but the word faggot is one of the worst words you can use. It's like using the N word to describe an African American person, you know? It's just as bad. And I'm like, can you apologize for that? And then we'll leave the garage. Then we'll go to the game, you know? And he's like, hell no, I'm not apologizing for that because you're a faggot and I hate working with you, you know? And I'm just like, wait, what? You know? So the entire day I'm off my game and I couldn't concentrate on work. But immediately after our shift, I talked to my director about it, who's a director we used to have a couple years ago, and he just is like, okay, well, I, I told him, I'm like, so I wanted to tell you about it. That's why I was off my game tonight. I didn't want you thinking that I was just zoning out or whatever. And he's like, well, I'm glad you told me, and I'm so glad you brought this to my attention. I told him, I'm like, I don't mind writing the email up to our head boss of the department. I don't mind writing that email up tonight if you want me to. And my boss, named Ron, great friend of mine, great person, he just goes, you can write up whatever email you want and send it to our head boss, but know that I'm going to be giving a call to our head boss tonight on the way home. Like, this is being dealt with, you know? Like, you can write all the emails you want, but I'm going to handle it too, you know? And make sure that it's handled, you know? So I write up this email to my department head, and I'm like, hey, so this happened at work, you know? And I don't want him fired or anything like that. I just don't want to work with him from now on, you know? But my biggest fear in telling you this is that it'll get back to the rest of the crew, because I don't want them thinking that they have to be overly sensitive around me, because for years now, the crew and I have been very accepting of each other. They've made a lot of jokes with me, a lot of great jokes that are some of the best times I've ever had working there. We'll say like that's what he said jokes instead of that's what she said jokes. We'll talk about things, and like when we're at like college basketball games, they'll be like, "Oh, great, the men are coming on, so Matt's gonna be all happy and horny," and I'm like, "Yeah, like that, you know, they're hot guys, you know, like what am I supposed to do, you know?" But we joke around about this stuff because it's it's this extremely supportive community that I'm in now, and they made it this way. They accept me, and by joking around, it's not like I take their jokes as offensive. I take their jokes as terrific that they're able to joke with me like that, and to feel like I'm normal, like I can have a that's what he said joke, just like every other crew member can get a that's what she said joke, you know. um as you guys know in my jokes episode, if we can't joke with ourselves, then we are not equal yet, you know. Then we're putting ourselves above that bar and saying we need to be treated special, and we shouldn't be treated special because we're LGBTQ. We should be treated equal, and that's all we're ever after, you know. So that was 2 years ago, and I was afraid it would get back to the rest of the crew that I reported this to HR, and that he got fired the very next day from work. And my HR manager goes, "Don't worry about that. Like, you stood up for your rights. You did everything right in this situation, and you did everything you could. Um, so don't worry about that. All you need to worry about is just that you're safe and that you feel safe on crew with us, you know?" And I was just amazed. You know, this is the first time in my life when an employer stood up for my rights, you know? And I even went to my boss after that meeting, and I just individually thanked him. I'm like, "You have no idea what I went through at my last employer with that homophobic guy, and I never told you in my first initial interview. That's why I left that old company, you know? But now you know. Now you know the reason, and now you know I'm really, really happy to be here, and I cannot wait to continue." Um, and that's how it's been going for 2 years. No one pretty much on crew knew that's the reason why that Ryan guy left 2 years ago, but um, everyone that has heard why he left realized, holy crap, no, that was just Matt sticking up for his rights. He should have never said those words, and it doesn't matter how that Ryan guy felt about Matt. He should have never mentioned it to anyone, you know, because there's other LGBTQ people at work that he could have offended too, you know. And so it's been going great for 2 years. um, until tonight. One of my great friends on my crew now, um, yeah, you can make LGBTQ jokes. Just be careful. That's completely right. You know, there's that line that you just do not cross. You know, you can make all the jokes you want to, but if you have to realize, like, some people in any community, let alone the LGBTQ, are more sensitive than others. You know, it doesn't matter that you're LGBTQ. To like, what I'm trying to say is your sensitivity towards jokes isn't reliant on you being LGBTQ, and being LGBTQ doesn't make you more sensitive than straight and cisgender people. It just means that no matter who you're friends with, no matter who you're with, straight, cisgender, LGBTQ, no matter what religion, no matter what race, it doesn't matter. There are certain things that you have to be aware of and you have to be sensitive about, you know? And there's always that line. And you have to, like, if you want to make a joke, ask them. Be like, "Hey, so I want to make sure this is okay, you know? And I want to ask you before I make that, you know?" Um, or just if you're scared at all about it being too sensitive for anyone that you're talking to, don't say it at all, you know? Like, it's not worth the little laugh that you might get if you're afraid it might offend anyone in that group. If you know everyone in that group and you know that they're going to be okay with it, then fine, tell it, but don't be afraid to apologize right afterwards. Ryan, on the other hand, said faggot multiple times and called me faggot, and then never apologized for it when I gave him the opportunity to, right? And so it's perfectly fine to joke, just there's always that line, and people have to realize there's that line with anyone. Well, tonight, I've been a great friend of my director, my manager, for a very, very, very long time, ever since he started working there, I think like 3, 4 years ago or some shit. Great friend of mine. one of the most trusted people that we've had working at the TV station where we both work. Um, he's worked in New York City. He knows his stuff when it comes to the equipment, and I have complete trust and faith in him as a director to make the right calls, you know? And there are times that I don't always agree with him on where we should place equipment or how we should run camera lines to their cameras or back to the truck. Like in broadcast, you're going to have a million different decisions to make, and I don't always agree with him. But that's okay. I don't have to always agree with the director. Just like when I'm directing a crew for Matt Hudson Productions, my crew doesn't always have to agree with me, but I'm the director, you know? And so, and as a director, I've brought up different ideas to him over the years where I haven't agreed with him, and he's respected my opinion, and he said, okay, well, I will hear your opinion out, I will hear your ideas, and I will make the ultimate decision of whether we go with my idea or your idea, because I'm the director. That's the director's job, you know? And I respected the hell out of him for that. Well, tonight, getting on with the actual topic of today's episode that I didn't really know was going to be an episode until like an hour ago. Tonight I show up on crew, and I arrive to the high school that we are going to that night because it was closer for me to go there than whatever. So I arrive there. A couple minutes later, the rest of the crew gets there, and a couple minutes after we start setting up, this other guy at work, who I will, what do you want help with? Sorry. Oh, I'm actually in a small island, and I'm in a homophobic school, and I actually have a girlfriend, and I just found out that people can get a student kicked out just by saying that they get caught kissing. Be extremely safe in how you kiss, or when you kiss your girlfriend then. Also, it... that's a difficult situation. I would say just be very, very careful if you want to kiss them, but also just try to hide it as much as you can until you're in a safe place where it's not something where you can get kicked out for anymore in another school. I know it's an extremely hard situation. I'm sorry. I don't really have a better answer for you. My mind's not 100% on the YouTube channel tonight, and I'm really sorry about that, but in a moment you'll understand why. So, hi, almond milk. So a couple minutes after we all arrived on location, we start setting up for the day. And we have, 4 cameras to set up for the night's broadcast of an American football game. And we have a lot of cable to run to those cameras and a lot of stuff to do. So we start doing that, right? One of the employees, one of the camera guys, pulls me off to the side, and he comes out of the closet to me for the first time. He knows about my activism. He knows about my YouTube channel. So I will keep him nameless in this broadcast because, as you know, I have long been an advocate for only you get to decide who knows and when they know that you are LGBTQ. So I will keep him nameless for tonight's broadcast. But he came out of the closet to me as LGBTQ because he knew that I would be accepting of him, right? And immediately I'm just like, holy crap, obviously, I will use discretion. Obviously, I will be as helpful as I can to you for the rest of the process here because keep in mind, like before I came out to the world, I came out to individual people at work who I knew were going to be accepting. So I know that I'm one of the first people that he came out to, and I know that this is the very beginning of that whole process for him, So I want to help him with that process. And so I said, of course, I will help you as much as I possibly can. Anything I can do, just let me know. Also, we have an LGBTQ club at work now with a couple of us that are all LGBTQ, and we're very supportive. So if you want, you can join that club, and we will keep you nameless in all the chats. That way, no one can identify you, but everyone knows who you are privately. Um, the company we all work for is very supportive. They even stood up for my rights 2 years ago. Uh, I identify as a cisgender male, if that's what your question is. I'm sorry. Um, so, well, Liam, I'm streaming because of the title of this video. I just got back from work and something horrible happened, which I'm getting to. I'm sorry. It's taking me a minute to do that. Um, but it's probably like the most horrifying day I've had at work. So, um, it's okay, Wolfie. It's okay. I don't care. Um, so anyway, this guy comes out to me at work, and I start telling him how supportive we will be of him, and that take his time coming out to other people, obviously. And we start talking about other things in life, and I'm like, it's a hard time to come out of the closet. It really is, because we're in the middle of an election with the very homophobic Donald Trump running, and we're just it's a difficult time, I'll grant you, but we're here to support you no matter what, right? Our community will always be here for you. And so I needed to remind him of this. But by this point in the conversation, we were walking around the football stadium, and we just happened to run into our director tonight, somewhere around the stadium. Now, luckily, he didn't hear the part where the other guy came out to me, but he's overhearing me say this to the other employee of like, yeah, it's a hard time to come out of the closet because of Donald Trump, right? And this guy is a big Trump supporter. So obviously he's like, Matt, what the hell are you talking about? Now, you got to understand, this director and I have had many conversations about Donald Trump. Him and I will never agree, but we have the utmost respect for each other in each of these conversations, where I tell him, hey, it's completely okay that you feel this way. It's okay that I feel this way. We just have a difference of opinion. And we had that respect for each other. And so at least we have that. But in front of this other employee, he goes, Donald Trump has never done anything homophobic or transphobic in his entire life. And I'm like, what are you even talking about? Like, he did 170 anti-LGBTQ policies since taking office 4 years ago. Like, what are you even saying to yourself, Like, and like, you got to go with the facts, man, Like, we work for a news station. You got to keep in mind the facts, And so he goes, well, what evidence do you have? And I'm like, well, there's like paper evidence of him tweeting out certain things. There's evidence of him signing executive orders that, like, his signature's on the papers, man. Like, what more evidence do you need, And uh, I'm like, but, we're never going to agree on this, so let's just drop it, Well, in that moment, he sends the other employee who just came out away to do another task, right? And he asked me, all right, fine, Matt. Name one action Donald Trump has done against your community. I say to him, okay, well, off the top of my head, out of the 170, Donald Trump has tweeted out that he will no longer allow transgender people in the military to fight in our armed forces in America. And that is horrible, And here's where I want to give all of you a trigger warning, because I've been asked by other audience members in the past to do this, and I want to make sure I do it this time, because what you're about to hear is pretty darn bad. So if you consider yourself to be sensitive to this kind of thing, it's okay if you click away. But if you decide to stay, I do need your support, because holy crap, it's bad. So what comes out of his mouth next is, well, that's not against your community. And I go, well, what do you mean that's not against my community? Because he banned transgender people from entering the military. And I'm like, how is that not against the community? And he's like, that's not against your community, Matt. You're gay. You're talking about transgender stuff. And I'm like, yeah, but it's LGBTQ. Like, we're all in the same community. And he's like, yeah, but you shouldn't be. I don't know why transgender people and gay people have to associate themselves with each other. And I said to him, like, well, honestly, the biggest reason we do associate with each other so much is because for many centuries now, we've been marginalized and we've been discriminated against. Or I can't say that word. We've been discriminated against under the same laws and the same rules for centuries, you know? And so society sort of put us together in the same pot with all of these different rules, you know? And so it's not really us that put ourselves together. Society said, no, you're all in the same pot, you're all the same, you know? And now it's up to us to, like, fight for each other's rights because, I mean, uh, I haven't not I've yet to meet a trans person that doesn't stick up for gay rights. I've sadly met two people in the gay community who don't stick up for transgender rights, but they also don't stick up for gay rights either, which is completely weird. So I never understood them, but we're no longer friends, so it's fine. And we weren't great friends in the very beginning, so it's fine. But so I'm like, well, so we were marginalized and discriminated against for many years together as a community, and so we're just a community now, you know, and we stick up for each other. What's so wrong about us sticking up for each other, you know? Because how dare we stick up for each other and our rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? Sarcastic, obviously. And he goes, yeah, but by that logic, I should be a part of the LGBTQ community as well, because, as he says, I was born in New York City, and I was from Queens, man, and you know I'm a diehard Republican my entire life, and you have no idea what it's like to be marginalized and discriminated on as much as a Republican from New York State. And I'm like, well, you got me there. I have no idea how much a Republican from New York gets discriminated against. I don't. I've never had a friend from New York that was just a Republican, or I've never had too many friends from New York that are Democrats either, you know, like that I personally know on a really good basis where I talk to every day. And I don't really know that. So you're right. And so I'm like, yeah, but then he goes on, he's like, so, but here's the thing. After all the discrimination and marginalization that I've had over the years, uh, being a Republican from New York, that is equal to the amount of discrimination and marginalization that the LGBTQ community, especially the gay people, have had over the course of history. He's literally trying to make the discrimination that he's felt in his 40-some years of life being a Republican equal to the discrimination and marginalization that the LGBTQ community has faced for literally the entire history of the world. Of course, they're perfectly equal, right? You know, because a community of 739 million people would never be more discriminated against than one man. Of course, you know, whatever, you know? So he's obviously so fucking dumb, right? And so I'm like, all right, so what's your problem then? Like, what are you trying to get at here? Because you know I'm an activist. You know I host a TV show, and I help people every single week come out of the closet. You know I help save people's lives. You know I'm not going to change my mind on this, you know? So why are you saying any of this, you know? And he's like, Matt, you just don't understand. Matt, I just don't think that transgender people are real people. And I'm like, what? What do you mean they aren't real people? Of course they're real people. And he's like, no, they're not real people. Transgender people, according to him, are all, all just men trying to wear dresses and women's clothing for fun. That is apparently to him not how God intended. That's not. So transgender people are not real people, they are not normal, and they are not how God intended them to be. Because according to him, there is science, irrefutable science, backing up that transgender people are not real people. Okay? Well, that's a stretch by any means, by any science, but whatever you want to say, because here's the thing on my show, we've literally covered this before on how brain scans have been done on transgender people and uh yeah, believe me, Satan, I have told him. um so I said to him, I'm like, well, here's the thing, there is science on transgender people. However, it doesn't really agree with what you're saying right now, because they've done brain scans on transgender people and cisgender people, right? And in a huge quantities, like thousands of people, right? And what they found in those studies was that the brain activity of a cisgender male is almost identical to the brain activity from a transgender male. Same thing goes for a cisgender female compared to a transgender female, right? They look identical. The brain scans are literally, if you looked at both of them side by side as a trained neuroscientist, which is a brain doctor, you could not tell the difference. The science is in on transgender people, and it proves that transgenderism is real. It proves that transgender people are the gender they claim to be and equal to cisgender. You know, like, holy crap. Like, how wrong can this guy be? Because the science is actually in, and it all proves him wrong, right? So I tell him this, and I'm like, you could not be more wrong if you tried, you know? Maybe don't talk to a guy that's literally an activist and hosts a show on this shit. You know, maybe don't try to convince me that all this science is wrong and that your science is right, because he never once came up with the actual study that his science was based on, by the way. Probably because it's fake, or not existent. Um, Although I did ask him for it, he never gave it to me. So I said to him, like, all right, fine, you have all these problems with transgender people. So first off, I am so happy that we don't have any transgender people on crew today, because that would not be good for them to overhear from their director. But secondly, do you have any problems with gay people then, in that case? And he goes, what are you talking about, Matt? I have 2 family members of mine that are gay. And I'm like, okay, that's a little concerning to know, but that, because it doesn't really prove that you're not homophobic. It just proves that you have 2 family members that are gay. And so now I'm worried about those 2 family members who have to put up with you every Thanksgiving or Christmas or whenever they meet you. So saying that you have a family member that is something doesn't mean you're not opposed to them being gay. It doesn't mean anything. It just means you have 2 family members who are gay, you know? And so I'm just like laughing my ass off. I'm like, that doesn't mean shit. And he's like, what do you mean it doesn't mean anything? And I'm like, it doesn't mean you're not homophobic by saying you have 2 family members. It just means you have 2 family members that are gay. And I'm like, so are you homophobic? And he never answered that question. So, needless to say, I try to get out of that situation right after that. I'm like, if you're not going to answer me that you're not homophobic, you already answered my question that you're transphobic, so I'm going to just take a wild shot in the dark and say you're homophobic. Because it's not that far of a stretch. And so I'm like, all right, I need to get out of the situation. And so I get away from it. Um, Luckily, by this point, the other LGBTQ person who just came out to me that night, tonight, hours ago, like less than 12 hours ago now, luckily he was in a different part of the stadium and could not overhear this part of the conversation when our director was this bad. But I'm just like, holy crap, I heard it all, and this is horrible, you know? So, I get out of there. For the entire rest of the night, I did not listen to a word my managers told me. Like, he told me. We have an engineer on every production, and that engineer is a great, great person, who I admire. Fantastic, fantastic guy. So I was listening to him the rest of the night, and I wasn't listening to the director. I was listening to the engineer. They're on equal playing field on set, and so I'm listening to the engineer. The director's like, "Can you do this?" And I'm like, "The engineer told me not to." I didn't get that directive from the engineer yet, so I'm not gonna do it. Because I lost all respect for him. I lost every ounce of respect for him in that conversation. I'm like, I can no longer respect your authority because you are not a manager. You are not a director. That is not how managers, that is not how directors act. They don't say that. It doesn't matter what you think to yourself. It doesn't matter your opinion on things. You never say those things out loud to your employees or to anyone, because you don't know who you're hurting. He didn't know that there was another LGBTQ person in the same production crew tonight. He didn't know that. What if he said those fucking words in front of the other guy who just felt comfortable enough and courageous enough to come out to me personally and was just told in my conversation with him that it's safe to work here? What if he overheard those words? How far back do you think that guy's courage would be if he heard half of the things you just said? So I lost all respect for him, and I didn't feel any remorse over it. However, for the rest of the night tonight at work, for the rest of the night tonight, the entire production, it was a 2.5 hour long football game. I really didn't talk to him. I didn't talk at all. And that's weird for me on set. We're normally like joking around. We're normally having a good time. I'm normally one of the guys that are just like, hey, let's bullshit for a little while. Let's like talk about things while the moment's boring or whatever, right? Because some games are really boring and you just need to just talk amongst yourselves and just to make it interesting, so you all stay awake. Chicken nugget, there's more on this to come. So I didn't really care for listening to him for the rest of the night because he had no authority over me at that point. He didn't deserve it. And so I just didn't care about him the whole rest of the night. However, the entire production, over our intercom system, my director keeps trying to degrade me as much as he possibly can. Everyone is listening in on this. Every one of our employees has an intercom. And he was degrading me. He's like, how come you didn't pull that up fast enough? I'm like, I'm sorry, my mind is a little fucking distracted at the moment because I'm worried about the other LGBTQ person on set right now that luckily didn't hear your words earlier, well, half of your words earlier, but I'm worried you're about to say something even more stupid. And he'll be overhearing all of it. I'm so freaking sorry that I'm a little too distracted at the moment to do instant replay, which is what you normally see on TV as like something big in a sports production happens where they make a goal or a touchdown and all of a sudden there's that like instant replay of what just happened in slow motion. I'm the guy working that machine tonight that does that task, and so I'm on that machine and I'm like, I I can care less about the game at this point. I can care less who wins, loses. I can care less who scores a touchdown. I'm worried about that other kid. I'm worried about him. I'm worried if my director is going to say something even stupider, even more dumb, that's going to cause that kid to go more into the closet and never trust anyone, including me, ever again. I'm worried about that. I'm not worried about who scores a fucking touchdown. So, yeah, I was a little distracted. I'm sorry, you know? And so he keeps on screaming me out. And he's like, how come you don't have that in time? How come this isn't, end of the production comes? How come you didn't set this down fast enough? How come this, do I have to do everything for you? Like, he's degrading me in front of every other employee. Okay. Well, if that's the way you're going to act, we set everything down, and I was the first person out of the whole stadium. I'm like, fuck this whole thing. I'm out. If this is the way I'm going to be treated, I'm out. But throughout the whole night, other employees who heard how degrading he was being kept asking me if I was okay. They kept going on intercom and being like, hey, Matt, you're okay? You know, they noticed I was more silent than I normally am on headset. And I normally talk a lot. I'm normally one of the guys that are like directing the camera guys of what to do during the game while the director's doing something else. And after the game was over and while we're doing teardown, while he was degrading me still, other employees overheard it and they're like, Matt, are you okay? Because they can see that I was visibly shaken by everything that's happened that night. They didn't know the full context. Some of this by that point, some of them heard that he was making transphobic and homophobic comments, but most of them were like just checking to make sure I was okay because they saw that I was literally shaking throughout the whole rest of the night. They saw me, my hands just shaking. That's how bad this got tonight. And they saw how I never looked my director in the eye for the rest of the night. And they saw anytime I caught a glimpse of him, all of a sudden I blinked my eyes really fast. And so one of them's like, are you okay? You seem like you're about to cry. And I'm like, 'cause I am. The whole night, I was about to bawl my eyes out. Because this guy just made my night a living hell. And possibly could have risked someone else not coming out for years because of his shit tonight. And he has no idea the damage that he just done. But at the same time, I lost a great friend of mine for 4 years tonight. I lost a director that I respected and I trusted. And now I don't feel anything but hate and feel an overwhelming just pity for this guy for not having a proper education. You know? I felt horrible. I reached out to the LGBTQ club that we have at work, and so far the overwhelming majority of them are saying to me, well, you need to report this. You need this to go to HR, you know? And I said to them, I'm like, well, if I report this again, then I'm just a tattletale. I'm the guy who told on 2 employees now for being absolutely horrible to our community. And I don't want other people to think that I'm this sensitive gay guy who can't be joked around with. I don't want this getting back to them, you know? And they kept on reassuring me that, you know, our camera guys and our people are much better than what I think. And hopefully they will be understanding that this is not being a tattletale. It's sticking up for my rights and my community. This is a manager who was degrading his employees for 2.5 hours. This is a manager who luckily doesn't have to work with transgender people right now, but it is an equal opportunity employer, and in America it is illegal to fire someone for being trans, luckily. But at the same time, like, there are absolutely fantastic transgender people who are some of the best camera operators I've ever seen in my whole life. And what happens when one of them wants to get hired at our the TV station that I work for? What happens then? What happens when they have to work with this manager? And they kept asking me, like, you can speak up now, or a couple months from now when someone gets hired, you're going to speak up and no one's going to believe you because it was a few months ago. Why didn't you speak up at the time? And I just told him, I think you're right, you know? I need to speak up now. I need for this to be a thing. Sadly, now... So, like, midway through the production, I already decided I need to request from our department managers that I am not put on a production with him again, because there's just no respect there, and because every time I see his face, I want to fucking bawl my eyes out, or I want to scream at him. Either or. You know, this is just, like, no, there's no, like, that's the thing, Leo. In the moment, you feel like you want to get revenge on the guy, but at the same time, like, violence is never the answer for me. I people have done terrible things to LGBTQ people over the years, and you know, they asked me, oh, like, do you support the death penalty for people who kill LGBTQ people? And I'm like, no, I don't. I believe in letting them rot in prison for the rest of their lives. That's not to say that I don't support other things. Like, I do believe in, like, sorry, you killed an LGBTQ person or some shit, or you killed how many transgender LGBTQ people, and yeah, sorry, you're only gonna get a piece of fucking bread every day for the rest of your life, and you're gonna rot. But, like, it's just not right of you to get a full course meal. Sorry, you killed people. You know, you're gonna have to suffer a little bit, because you should. You know, sorry, my opinion coming in there again. Who knew? But this is a situation where I don't want to resort to violence, because then I'll get in trouble, and I don't want to do that. Not to mention the fact that I'll get in trouble. Even if I wasn't going to get in trouble, I still wouldn't want to resort to violence with him, because it's not the answer. It's just, I would much rather go about it the proper way and report it to the proper channels and tell my managers, my department heads, hey, I would like to be transferred off of productions with this man, because of the absolutely horrendous things that he said last night. I would like to be transferred, because I don't have any respect for him after what he said. And fellow employees last night had to keep checking on me to make sure I was okay, because they were hearing all the degrading things that he was saying to me throughout the whole night, and they wanted to make sure that I wasn't going to cry my eyes out. And I was about ready to, you know? So I don't care what happens to him. Like, I will tell you that I don't. I have this weird belief that I don't want the guy fired, but I never want to work with him ever again, you know? And I believe in retraining. See, at PA Quality Project, which I also work for. Hold on just a second. Thirsty Matt. What was the joke? I don't even know. No, here's the thing. I don't expect for this guy's opinions to change. I frankly don't care if this guy's opinions change. They're probably never gonna change. I don't really care. But you don't ever say those words to anyone, let alone employees. Yeah, of course I want to hear a joke. That would kind of brighten my spirits for the day. Actually, but see, at PA Quality Project, we actually have materials for companies to use. Yeah, J.K. Rowling is the equivalent. You're right. So we actually have materials that we give to employers to train them on how to be sensitive to LGBTQ topics. Why do actors break a leg? Because they're told to right before they go on stage. Wait, why? All right, well now it's joke time. We'll get back to that in a second. I don't know why do they break a leg? Why do actors say break a leg? No, because every play has a cast. Oh, that's really fun. I like that. That's that's a good one. I work in a lot of musicals, so that's actually a really good one. I'll use that now. That's funny. Um, that's really. God damn it. I can't get that out of my head now. Uh, so no, anyway. Um, no, we have materials for employers to educate their employees on how to be sensitive to LGBTQ people and how to accept LGBTQ people in the workplace. You know, just in case they don't already, and you should already, but just in case you don't, we have the materials to help with that, right? Um, we don't want you to change your mind. We don't want you to change your opinion. Like, it's great if you get the education and you do change your opinion. That's great. But my point is not to change this guy's opinion. My point is strictly so that he doesn't endanger more employees. You know, because it's not about, like, you can believe whatever the fuck you want, just keep it in your own mind and don't say it out loud. You know, like there are things that you think to yourself of, like, oh, I want to kill somebody, but you don't actually say those words out loud. You don't actually act on them. You don't. Of course, I want to hear another joke. I love jokes. But you don't really mean it sometimes, you know. And you would never actually do it if the opportunity arose, and you wouldn't get in trouble. You wouldn't do it, but you're still like, oh yeah, I want to kill that, you know, whatever. Like, you don't say that. You don't say any of those things out loud. You know. There's just things you don't say in a workplace, you know, and it's a professional workplace where everybody is supposed to support each other, and you're there to do a job. You're not there to tell others how to live their lives. And when you go home at the end of the night, it shouldn't matter who you go home to. It shouldn't matter what genitalia you have when you go to the bathroom. It shouldn't matter at all. That doesn't matter to a manager. What matters to a good director is that you get the shots that you're supposed to get during the game. What matters to a good director is that you know how to work the equipment that you're told to work, you know? And if you don't, you're a good enough employee to ask the questions, you know? Why is Switzerland the best? Yeah, okay, it has good chocolate. That's a good guess. Why is Switzerland the best? Because it's the Swiss Army knife of countries. Switzerland, Swit. I'm trying to think what Swit. I don't know. I don't know, but the flag is a pulse. What? Switzerland? Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, that one takes some research. Okay. Uh, Country road, take me home. It's me, Mario. Oh, all right. Anyway, uh, uh, I try to create a safe space. I try to. That's the thing. Like, you can't really ban my director when he says that kind of thing. Like, I can ban a homophobe on here. Like, it's a button on here that's like goodbye forever. Like, it amuses me sometimes when a homophobe comes to our channel and they're like, so I'm gonna spend legitimately people do this. I'm gonna spend like 5 hours writing an entire like 4 or 5 page long explanation of how Matt is so wrong about LGBTQ people, or how being gay is a sin. Like, write all of these like paragraphs, and they're just pages upon pages upon pages, and you're scrolling through, and I'm just like, okay, wow, that was a long time for you to say that you're an asshole, right? Um, and that you really didn't watch my video, because in my video I tell you the facts of how being gay is not a sin, and in my videos I advocate for the normalcy of being LGBTQ, and I tell people how normal it actually is, because that's the factual evidence, truth. And so, in other words, you're telling me you didn't watch the video to understand the facts, and then you're just like, oh, well, let me take 5 pages to explain how much of an asshole I am, right? And it's so funny because I'll read like the first sentence, and they're just like, so here's the thing. I I know this is gonna sound homophobic, but dot 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 whatever they say, and then 5 pages of explanation, and I'm just like, so wait, you know this is gonna sound homophobic, but you're gonna take 5 pages to say it, or like they'll start off with something like, how dare you say that, whatever, how dare you try to say that LGBTQ people are normal, and here's my explanation for it in 5 pages. And then I'm just like, you do realize I don't even read your 5 pages, right? Like, I don't even read one of it. I read one sentence, and the first sentence is usually how wrong and terrible I am for doing what I do, and then I'm just like, ban user, goodbye. Like, I didn't read it at all. Like, you made zero difference in the world. Congratulations. You just spent all that time writing that long fucking essay on how wrong I am, and I didn't even read it. Like, congratulations, buddy. you know, like, here's the thing. We have our own researchers that do enough research on the show that we know what we're fucking talking about, you know? Like, we've never put out an episode, even in like season one of the show. We never put out a single episode without having multiple sources to back up every single thing I've ever said. So, like, maybe y'all need to shut up and stop being homophobic, you know? Uh, yeah, it's such a waste of time. I'm like, goodbye. And the worst part is, they'll like do all this work, and they'll keep commenting on all these different videos. And what they don't realize is, when I ban them as a user on one of those comments, YouTube automatically gets rid of everything else that they've ever done on our channel. And so I'm just like, congratulations, you made zero difference in all the time you were here doing things, you know? I'm like, congrats, homophobes. It's so funny sometimes, but no, I can do that on a homophobic person. I would never do it to you guys. You guys are awesome, but like it's like it's funny how like you can get rid of a user so easily here, and then in real life, it's like, oh shit, there's this whole process of getting rid of this director guy now. Even though I don't really want to get rid of him, I just want to. I don't want to work with the guy for a long time, until he is retrained or something happens, and and it's not up to me what happens to him. It's my job to report what happens, and then it's up to HR, if he gets reprimanded, if he gets extra training, or what happens. I frankly don't care, because at that point, my boss has assured me that if things like this happen, I won't have to work with him, you know. So I know I'm safe. I know I'll be okay. But it's just funny where it's like, yeah, so I don't have to deal with you anymore, but hopefully you get retrained and um, you get the proper equality seminars to not put anyone else at risk in the future. And that's all I'm really after here. It's just I'm not after him being fired. I up until 12 hours ago, I could not wait to work with the guy at any production. I loved working with him. Now I cringe at his face, you know? So I'm like, yeah, I'm good from now on, but let's make sure that he doesn't hurt anyone else, you know? And that's why I keep on saying, like, I don't care what happens to him at this point. Um, but I'm not after any certain thing other than the fact that I don't have to work with him. Um, yeah, chicken nugget. By the way, I love the name chicken nugget. Chicken nuggets are good. Oh my god, now I'm hungry for chicken. But the live stream and the comments are two completely different subjects. Yes, I have noticed that. Oh, did you guys know what we're doing? You guys don't know yet because we didn't put the ad out yet. We filmed an ad yesterday. It's so good. It's so good, man. It's so good. I cannot wait for you guys to see it. You have no idea what's coming to you guys, do you? Do you guys have any idea what's coming in October? I wouldn't like to hear the guesses before I tell you. But I'm not going to show you what's happening. I can tell you all about it. Well, actually, two big things could be happening in October if things go all right next week. It's got to go right next week, though. One of them's happening no matter what, but the other one is like, if things go right next week, then we'll be cool with it. Summer depression is one of my favorites. No, I want to hear guesses. Pride Fest, Underpainter, gotta go. Thank you for joining us. Halloween. Well, that's smartass. Technically, you're right. That is happening in October. And normally we would do a video on so last October we did a video on 10 Halloween costumes you can wear as a gay couple. We did a whole bunch of different combinations that you can do as a gay couple that look really cute together. Go check it out if you haven't already. But this year we're like, well, trick-or-treating really ain't happening anywhere in the world because of COVID, so we're not going to do that episode this year. So let's do something bigger this year. Okay, so is Chick-fil-A apologizing? No, I wish. That'd be awesome. Then I can eat Chick-fil-A again. That'd be amazing. It's the first time I'm watching a live stream in real time. Well, thank you so much for being here. I'm sorry that it's a very depressing one, but I didn't really plan it in advance today. I'm just like, you know what? I'm feeling so horrible today. And I've been on the ride home, I'm almost ready to run the car off the road and hit a tree because I'm fucking depressed as hell. But, I'm like, no, I'm not going to do that. I mean a lot to a lot of people. I need to, get home safe and let's take our time here, Is Wendy's gonna roast people for National Roast Day? I don't know. Maybe. They do a lot of roasting. No, I'm just asleep when the Americans are awake, so okay, yeah. Aw, thank you. I wanna hug you too. Huggies. Thank you. Alright. I don't know when National Roast. Alright, what I will tell you is October is International LGBTQ History Month. So what it happened last year for us is that oh, you're from Scotland. Seriously, we have a fan from Scotland. I didn't know that. None of my producers told me we have fans in Scotland, so that's cool. Wait, should I talk wait, no, what can I do the accent? can I talk like this? Should I have a kilt on right now? I know that's horribly, horribly. Uh, so anyway, um, you're from Japan, New Zealand. Ooh, cool. I literally just read about that a few hours ago and already forgot what it. Uh, oh, okay. Oh, Canada Pride parade. Oh, that's stupid. Okay. I know a lot of prides have been canceled because of COVID. Luckily, we still had one here at PBR. Um, that's a thing. Um, yeah, so October 11th is National Coming Out Day, and you're planning on coming. Oh, did you watch our videos on how to come out yet, and how to like what to prepare for after coming out? Because they're really helpful. I don't know if you've already seen them. I don't know if I've already commented and been like, "Hey, watch these episodes." But yeah, Cam, awesome. Well, good luck with it. So uh, she's just out as bi. So you have two fans from Scotland. Yeah. Hi, Scotland. Love you, Scotland. I love Canada. I love Scotland. I love I love everywhere right now but America because and it's not because of the people, it's because of one person. That just happens to be a president. Uh, oh, thank you, Sophia. I know. It sometimes surprises me too that we don't have that many subscribers, but I'm I'm happy for the amount that we have, you know? So anyway, we were last year we did one LGBTQ history fact every single day. Bye bye. Uh, thanks for being here and thanks for the jokes, by the way. So last year we did one LGBTQ history fact video every single day of October because it's October is International LGBTQ History Month, right? And so we did this whole partnership thing where we like partnered with the efforts of GLESSON, which is gay, lesbian, sexuality, education network. I want to say. I think that's what the acronym is in full. It's not in front of me. But we partnered with them and we're like, so we're going to do one LGBTQ history fact every single day of October for International History Month for LGBTQ people. And we're going to do this, you know? So we thought of that on September 30th, I think. And we had to record all of those videos, all 30 some videos overnight and edit at least like two or three of them in order to have the first couple days of October done by the time we went to bed that morning. Um, and then I'm literally editing the rest of October's videos over the next couple days that weekend, and that way we had 31 videos that week, 31 videos that October that were all history facts, right? Well, that did pretty well, and I am really happy that we did it because a lot of times LGBTQ history is taken out of our textbooks in the schools. They don't really teach it because it has to do with LGBTQ people, and schools aren't required to teach that. And sometimes schools don't want to teach LGBTQ history or literature or health or any of these other things because it normalizes being LGBTQ. How horrible would that be, right? So anyway, we're like, well, if schools aren't going to do it, we're going to do it. And so GSA clubs around the world have started to use our LGBTQ history fact videos as their way to teach their students some LGBTQ history. And last year we did a special video for Coming Out Day on October 11th, and we're just celebrating the day with y'all. This year we decided we're going to do something a tad bit bigger. So awesome, you go to GSA. That's awesome. So we're going to do something a little bit bigger this year. Hold on. Matt's thirsty again, I'm sorry. So yeah, we might be doing that again. Only 10 times bigger this time. Um, so starting on October 1st, every single day of October will be another LGBTQ history fact video. And like 80% of them are already uploaded to YouTube and ready to publish, right? So it's a thing that's happening now. Um, so every single day of October, expect a brand new video from us for an LGBTQ history fact, right? No, but here's the really cool part, right? The first day, we're doing this like blackout thing, because October 1st is something we're calling Blackout for LGBTQ Education. And Gleason does this thing where they have uh, a silence day, where students go to school, but they stay silent all day in protest. All the students of the school stay silent in protest, demanding that their schools teach LGBTQ history, literature, health, sexual education, all these other topics, and LGBTQ science and math and everything else. You know, they're demanding that they teach LGBTQ stuff, right? And it's this whole day where you just stay silent, you don't answer any teacher's questions, you don't ask any questions, you just stay silent, right? Pretty easy, and a lot of schools do it around the world. Well, so here at PBR, we're doing international blackout for LGBTQ history month, or blackout for LGBTQ education. And so on October 1st, we're blacking out our entire broadcast, and we hope the entire world joins us in blacking out their broadcast as well, and blacking out their schools to make sure that everyone knows LGBTQ education cannot be erased from our textbooks. It cannot be erased from our classrooms. And so we're doing this a lot, right? That's October 1st. And then every other day of October is going to be another history fact. We also have main episodes coming that are even more incredible things of history that you really didn't know, like 10 LGBTQ monuments that you can visit around the world right now. There's just so many amazing things that our researchers have found this year. Like, for instance, this won't be giving away the whole story of any of these, by the way. But did you know that if you live in America, or if you know of the American Revolutionary War, where basically America fought for our independence from England a long, long time ago, back in 1776, we won it, and we claimed our independence on July 4th, 1776, right? So you probably know by now that America won that war, and we're now a what is it called? Sovereign nation. We're our own nation, right? And so the Revolutionary War. Well, see, Revolutionary War. Because this is an international audience tonight. Revolutionary War in different countries means different wars. So here in America, we call it the Revolutionary War, but if you call that the Revolutionary War in, what is it? India, right? They had their own Revolutionary War against England. And so they would call it a different time period, right? They wouldn't think it's 1776. They would think it's another day, right? Whereas, like, we call it the American Revolutionary War here because our audience is international, right? So, anyway, American Revolutionary War was won entirely thanks to one gay person. Entirely thanks to a gay person, and George Washington, who was our first ever president, and Benjamin Franklin, who was one of our founding fathers in America and one of the most respected men of history here in America. They both knew that this guy was gay and hired him anyway. And this guy was also the first ever gay chief of staff for the president of the United States. And he was the chief of staff for the first ever president. So that's pretty cool. The other thing that's really interesting is, like, you know, the World War II, when that happened, right? That war was won entirely thanks to one gay person. Yeah. And then that gay person, by the way, was sent to jail for being gay a couple years after the war ended. And we're just like, wait, what? You know? So, like, the guy literally won you the entire World War II, and then, like, 3 years later, you send him to prison, you know? Like, what's so wrong about that? You know? Wait, it's someone's birthday? Happy birthday! Awesome. Um. So, yeah, I'm like, it's so cool. And by the way, none of these are like giving away the entire storyline of the videos, but it's like it's really cool to know this history and to know that Underpainter, thank you so much for joining us. Um, it's so cool to know these pieces of history happened and to like realize that, you know, holy crap, like our schools teach us about the American Revolutionary War. They teach us about the World War II. Um, they teach us about how you know, Nazis used to have concentration camps. Oh, happy birthday in advance, then, Wolfie. You will have a video coming out on your birthday, and I will actually tell you what video is coming out on your birthday on October 5th. Hold on a second. Um, October 5th is how the pink triangle came from Nazis to Pride. So that's coming out on your birthday. So happy birthday. But anyway, so like on the right along those lines, perfect transition. So you know how Nazis used to have like concentration camps where they killed a whole bunch of people. Like it's a horrible, horrible storyline. But that's the whole reason why we invaded Germany in World War II. The Allied forces won thanks to this gay guy. And anyway, when they invaded the concentration camps, in the concentration camps, they had all these millions of Jews. They had prisoners of war. They had, you know, they had LGBTQ people locked up as well. And one of those most fascinating parts about the whole war is when the Allied forces won World War II, when they liberated, and means basically shut down all these concentration camps that were killing people, right? When Allied forces stopped all of these concentration camps from killing people, and they set all these prisoners of war free, right? They did not actually let everyone go. The Allied forces kept all the gay people in prison for another 25 years after they liberated the concentration camps. So imagine like spending, like, imagine going to a concentration camp thinking you're about ready to die because that's what they do at these places, and then finally Allied forces save your life, and then you're like, by the way, you're going to stay in jail for another 25 years just because you're gay. Like imagine that happening, you know? And in school we're taught like, oh, this is this is what happened in World War II. Once the Allied forces liberated these camps, everyone was set free, and the war was all of a sudden over. And that's what we're taught in the history books around the world. And it's like, yeah, but how come no one ever mentions that gay people were still locked up for another 25 years? All of the gay people were still in prison. Like that's so, like it is unfair, but it's also fascinating uh, as a historian to know that, and to know like how unfair it was back then. And it's really sad to, yeah, I sorry, yeah, I should have probably done a trigger warning there, but it's like it's really sad to know, but it's also like really good that we know that information, you know? Because the truth is the more we so Nazis made the pink triangle first. Yes. But right after the war, there's a Germany had a gay rights activist group, right? Um, and that group in Germany actually reclaimed the pink triangle as a symbol of hope for the LGBTQ community. So you have them to thank for using that symbol now. But you know, it's good that we, like, even though some of these facts that you'll learn in October might be a little bit sad, at the same time, it's really good that we know it, because the more we know about our history, the more we can make sure it never happens again, you know? And the more we can prove, look how many times we've been discriminated against. Like, it's time for change, you know? It's time for us to never have that happen again, you know? Um, like, there's so many cool things that you're gonna learn. I'm so excited. Like, uh, do you know that Batman and Robin being gay is what created Batwoman, and Batwoman is a lesbian? Like, uh, so cool, right? There's a Roman god of homosexuality, and he has a temple. He still has a temple in Bolu, Turkey right now. And Bolu, Turkey used to be a city named after the Roman god of homosexuality. It's so like there's so many fascinating things. Like it's gonna be an incredible month for us to get all this out to you guys and be like, learn all of this. It is so cool. Like my researchers have been so. One of the things we're working on right now on our website is a faculty page where you can learn all about the producers of the show here, because I do not do this myself. I can only dream of doing all this by myself. Like I shoot. Okay, so I, I'm the final script writer of most of the episodes, and then yeah, the Romans are very gay. Like it was completely okay with you being gay back in the day. Like back in Roman history, you'll learn about this a little bit in the history month, but yeah, if you were a free man, you were allowed to have sex with other guys as long as you were what we now call the penetrative partner, and then slaves or prostitutes were uh, the receptive partner, the bottom in the relationship. So as long as you were the penetrative partner, you were perfectly allowed to do whatever you wanted with guys. It was so weird. It's like, what, like it was so weird to like learn that and think to yourself like, wow, it was so accepted to be gay back in the day in Roman times, and then all of a sudden things changed, and now here we are trying to get those rights back. It's so weird. It's so weird to like think how we actually went back, and then now we're going back forward. So it's so cool. But what else? What other tidbit can I like tease for the October? There's so much. Oh, and then, uh, yeah. Then all of a sudden, everyone woke up and they're like, "Oh, it's so wrong to be gay." Yeah. So it's a thing. Now we're having to deal with those assholes, right? Um, who apparently say those kind of things at work now. Welcome to my video. Anyway, so I'm feeling a whole lot better now, by the way. Thank you guys for that. You've cheered me up so much. That's the thing. I knew getting on stream would make me feel so much better, so thank you for that. As soon as I got home, I'm like, let me eat, and then let me just, like, depress for a little bit, and I'm like, fuck it, I'm going live, I need my audience right now. And so, not only that, but we decided, why not put out extra videos? Because 31 videos is not enough in October. We're like, hey, why don't we do this massive event on National Coming Out Day on October 11th? And so we're like, let's do what's called a State of the Union address, and let's address how the LGBTQ is this year, And I told my producers, I'm like, so here's sort of my thoughts for this speech. Is like, if you're not aware, what's his name? Oh, I cannot think of it. Oh God, I'll hold on. I need his name because then you'll understand. So State of the Gay Union. Okay. Billy Porter, right? Who's a huge LGBTQ activist and advocate. He's amazing, right? He does this LGBTQ State of the Union every year on the same day as the presidential State of the Union in America, right? And I'm like, we can do it in February, sure, but I'd rather do it in October for National Coming Out Day, because that's a lot more important of a day for us. And I want to talk about so a State of the Union, typically in America, is this speech that the president gives. No matter who the president is, they give a speech out once a year in front of the entire House of Representatives, senators, Supreme Court, and he basically talks about what his goals are for the next year. He talks about what the previous year, some of the accomplishments of the previous year and some of the downfalls of the previous year. And he says, uh, here's what I want to work on next year. Here's how I want to improve, basically. It's sort of outlining their plan for the next year of their presidency, and it's actually a thing to watch every year for Americans, at least, of to know what your president is going to be working on, whether you support that or not, so for us in this one, oh, awesome, you came out on October 11th. That's awesome. It's a day a lot of people come out, actually, and I'm so excited about it. But this year, in order to help other people come out, we're like, I want to do this big speech. And Billy Porter's speeches are typically like 7 minutes long. And I'm like, I talked to my producers. We had a Skype call early on in the process a couple months ago. And I'm just like, so I want to do this speech, but I want to look at what will historians 100 years from now look back and talk about the LGBTQ community in 2020. What will they say this year meant to us as a community? What big things will happen to us in 2020 that will change the course of history? What happened to us this year that means a lot for the community going forward, right? Basically, what will the history books be written, and what will they talk about this year for our community, What does this year mean to the LGBTQ community as a whole? Trump is stupid. So that's why we don't really care about his speech. But watch mine. It's going to be a lot better than his. I can tell you that right now. Well, actually, you know what? It's going to be a lot better than his in the first sentence, because it's a complete sentence. I have at least complete sentences in my speech. That's what makes it better. Oh man. So anyway, I'm like, what does this year mean to us? And I also want to cover what problems our community is facing at the moment. Like, what do we need to work on? What external problems and discrimination are we facing as a community worldwide? Like, not just in America here, where we have Donald Trump, obviously, to deal with, but what about worldwide? What problems is the community facing around the world? How can we help? And I also said to them, let's tackle the problems straight and cisgender people put on us, but let's also tackle the problems that we internally do to ourselves. Like, the LGBTQ community is not perfect, right? No matter how much we want to think it is, we have our own problems too, and let's talk about that. Let's talk about what does the community do to itself sometimes, and how can we improve that, And I sort of said to my producers, I'm like, I want to cover all the problems, internal and external, that we face. I want to cover what this year means to us, but I also want to do it on a global scale. Let's not just talk about America, let's talk about the world, And they're just like, so Matt, I hope you know that's going to be longer than 7 minutes of a Billy Porter speech. And I'm like, I fully realize that, So I'm not entirely sure exactly how long it is. We have been in rehearsal for a couple of weeks now, because the speech is all done, by the way. It's finished. My researchers and I have been working tirelessly on it. Um, like I said, this was an idea we had July, I want to say. Yeah, we had this idea in like late July, and we've been working on it ever since. So we've been crazy, but we have a lot of researchers working and helping us with it. I have a couple different speechwriters that are helping with it, to make sure that we're, using proper grammar, all this other stuff, right? Um, and then, wait, who wants to reestablish the Soviet Union? The Soviet Union was horribly homophobic. I don't know if that would solve problems. I don't know. Anyway, so I'm like, well, let's talk about all of this, and let's try to summarize it all in a speech. But the entire speech, the theme of this year's speech, and we're planning on doing these yearly, by the way, after this, because it's going so well actually so far. Um, but it's this year's speech is going to be called Infinite Hope, because at the end of every problem that we address in the speech, I give you a solution of how we can solve that problem. And I'm like, never lose infinite hope. We have to keep our infinite hope no matter what problems we face, internally, externally. There's a way to solve it, and here's how we can solve it. Or here's at least an idea of how we can solve it. Or let's start the conversation and let's try to solve it together. I do have an Instagram, but it's only for my company, and it's not for Powered by Rainbows. And I haven't been on it in about 2.5, 3 years now, so I don't really use it. Sorry. Um, but we're like, yeah, so let's do this speech. It's gonna be an awesome idea, right? Well, turns out at the end of the day, my researchers and I did work incredibly hard on it, and we ended up coming up with, I think it's 4 pages of, I don't know why I'm looking back. Normally a producer's over there. When I'm recording a normal episode of the show, there's a producer sitting over there, or there's a computer with a Skype call of a producer sitting over there. Sorry. But no. Uh, oh, good night, Caden. Thanks for joining us. So I'm like, it's about 4 pages of sources and stuff, of every single fact, every single number, every single thing I say in the speech. We wanted at least 2 credible sources to back up what I said, and that way no one watching this thing can think for a moment that I just made something up just to advance my narrative or whatever, right? I want people to know every single fact is checked 5 times over to make sure it's correct. Um, Good night, Aiden. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for your support tonight. Really needed it. Really needed my audience tonight, so thanks. But I'm like, I want to make sure that we have everything perfect, no facts unchecked. And so my team and I did a really good job, and I'm really, really proud of my team for that one. And because of everything my team and I have been doing this past couple months, working on these series, I decided we're going to make an entire faculty page on our website that will be coming out really quickly, within a week or two. We'll be putting out the as an educator and advocate for my students in the LGBTQ community. Thank you so much, Daniel. Thank you for being an advocate and educator. Thank you for being an educator in general. I know it's not an easy job. I pretend to be a professor online, and it is hard enough for me to do 1 episode a week on teaching people. So I commend the people that do it 8 hours a day. So I deeply appreciate what you do as an educator. What do I think about polyamorous people? I will get to that in just a second. First, one topic at a time. Faculty page. So the faculty page is coming out, and we're gonna. So for a long time now, I've been telling you about the producers that I have on the show, the researchers I have on the show, who really helps me make every episode. And I finally had a website to do it with, and I'm like, let's give credit to those people. And so I reached out to every one of them. I said, if you don't want to be part of it, I won't list you. You can be an anonymous researcher or anonymous producer of the show. I don't really care. Doesn't matter to me. But I want to credit you. Do you mind? Luckily, every one of them said yes. And so now we are coming out with, as soon as one more person gets back to me with their profile photo, we're going to be having a faculty page, so you can see who all of our producers are, who all of our professors are. And I'm the Dean of Students at Pride Academy. So, Finnegan, bye. Have a good night. Thank you so much. Thank you for your comment there. I do feel a little better after the stream now. I still have a long road ahead of me of, dealing with this problem at work. And I will be dealing with it for about a week or so, but I'll get through it. Thank you so much for your support. But I'm like, I need to credit these people for all the hard work they've been doing, and so luckily everyone said yes to it. So as soon as I get one more profile photo from someone, because I wanted them to pick the photo that they like of themselves, and that way I'm not just like getting a photo I like of them and they're like, oh my god, that photo sucks of me, but I wanted their photos. And some of my producers don't live anywhere near me, so I'm like, I want you to send it to me instead of me taking the photo for you, because you live like 5-6 hours away from me. They're really, really good people. I recommend all of them. I would not put them on my page unless every one of them is an amazing person who I highly suggest following. But it's something where I want to help you. You guys know who's behind the show. I want to give them credit for helping me make this show every week, because they do an incredible amount behind the scenes that you don't know about. You'd think that this is just me doing this show because you see my face on it every week, but it's like, no, there are a lot of great people behind this show that help make it and help come up with topics. Like, Becca is one of our producers. You guys didn't know that. She's actually a producer of the show. She comes up with ideas for us. She'll suggest things to me. She will give me advice on certain things. I will ask her, like, what's I'm planning this episode, but I need help with this part, and she's like, oh my god, I'll help you. So she's one of our producers, but we have a lot of producers here. We'll be crediting as soon as that faculty page comes out, and as soon as it comes out, I will be announcing it on our community tab, so check for that. But by the way, someone asked, like, what's wrong with Matt? I talked about that in the first 20 minutes of the stream here. And since then I've been feeling better, so I haven't gone back to talking about it, because I'm a little bit happier now. I still have a long road ahead, but I'll deal with it. Thanks to your strength, because I needed it tonight. I was really, really badly depressed. Yeah, my director at work decided to be highly transphobic and homophobic tonight and degrade me the entire night long. And so now I'll be reporting him, and doing shit, to make sure that he doesn't hurt anyone else. So, yeah. But, oh, good night, Chicken Nugget. I didn't even see that. Thank you. Wait, no, hold on. There has to be something special for Chicken Nugget before they go. Go back in your McDonald's little cup that they give you and just tuck yourself in with a piece of cheese. I don't know if any of that made sense, but I hope it did. Chicken nugget are sold at McDonald's, and so I was going with that theme of, like, you just tuck yourself in, rest your head on a tomato, and I don't know. My mind's going crazy tonight. Anyway, good night. Matt, the best day to come out as LGBTQ is Thanksgiving. Everyone has to be thankful that day. That's true, but make sure everyone there is accepting of LGBTQ, because that's... Oh, they rest their head on a fry. Yes. Thank you for help with that. But that joke, by the way. Oh man, it's pretty bad when your audience has to help you make a joke properly. Okay, um, that I do appreciate it. The title, I just want to say, if you ever get a chance to be in a purge, know that you could do anything. So by the way, fire your producer. He's not my producer. Oh God, no. If he worked at my company, he would have been gone like mid sentence of saying trans people are not real people. He would have been gone halfway through. Like, this is my manager at my other job because I have three jobs. I work at a TV station uh, that makes like news and stuff and films different sporting events around different high schools and stuff and colleges. And then I work at my company, Madhausen Productions, but we have a very, very strict policy on only hiring LGBTQ friendly people. And you say one wrong thing towards the community and you are gone in a heartbeat. I do not care. There is no second chances at MHP TV or MHP. Sorry, you're gone because you should have watched your mouth the first time. Um, and then um, it is 4:30 in the morning right here where I'm at right now. And then the third job I have is working for um, Powered by Rainbows and helping you guys uh, making content every week. It's I have to say this is the most rewarding thing I do, but it doesn't pay me to do it. It's just I do it for fun, and I love doing it. Um, because you're in the same time zone. Yay! Time zone frenzies. What do I think of polyamorous people? That's I know I should know this by heart. Correct me if I'm wrong. That's people who believe in being in a relationship with more than one person at the same time. Is that correct? I know I did the video on the different pride flags, and I should remember this, but you got to keep in mind it's 4:30 in the morning, and this is a very emotionally draining day. Um, so I'm sorry. Okay, so yeah, everyone's saying yes, so I'm gonna go with that theory. Okay, three people or more relationship. Okay, gotcha. Thank you so much. So what do I think about them? I mean, if it makes you happy, who is anyone to say that you shouldn't be happy? First off, anyone that says you shouldn't be happy can go fuck off because it's not their life. That's number one. So here's the thing. Even if I didn't personally agree with it, right? Which, by the way, I'm in full support of it. But even if I didn't agree with it, no matter what I said, doesn't fucking matter. You know, you should just be happy if that's what you want to do. You know, I just do not care. Like, your happiness is all that matters. It doesn't matter if your parents are happy with you doing that or being that way. Doesn't fucking matter. Your happiness is all that matters because it's your life. You only get one life. You only get 100 years here on Earth, so make the best of it. You know, one of one of my earliest memories, and I am very sad to say that this happened at a Catholic school when I was like 7 or 8 years old, which is around the same time that I heard the whole, being homosexual is a sin, whole bullshit, But one of the other things I heard back in the same years of like 6 or 7 years old, and one of like my first memories in life is hearing this thing of like, you only get 100 years, make the most of those 100 years. And like since then, I've heard like variations of it that I've liked better, and it's like you only get 100 years, don't waste a single day. So whatever makes you happy, go for it. I I'm, I'm the same way Iona or Lona is. Lefere is because so I can't even find one boyfriend that doesn't abuse me or call me ugly or cheat on me. So, yeah, like here's the thing. I'm in full support of people with in poly relationships. Um, I can honestly say that I can see the appeal of it, and I can see why people are in those relationships, because I do think that love does not have any bounds. That, you can love someone with your whole heart, but love another person with your whole heart too, you know? Like, the heart is not the physical heart, the emotional heart is so unfathomable that we can't really constrain it in any way, right? And so you can love as I mean, one of the craziest things in life is that we love our family, all of our friends, we love relatives that live so far away from each other. We love our really good teachers at school. We love our great coworkers. Besides this horrible director guy, we love we love so many people, and yet we can still love our partners in life and have our whole heart to give them. It's so crazy to think about the endless capabilities of the emotional heart, and for anyone to say that you shouldn't be able to love as many people as you want, frankly, are trying to constrict that heart. And so I'm in full support of it. I don't really care that other people want those relationships and have those relationships. Good for you, you know. And you can have whatever you want in life. You should be able to have whatever you want in life. So no one should try to constrain that heart. Um, that just got hella emotional. But personally, you can believe something, but at the same time want something different for yourself. And so I I've seen poly relationships, and I know that they work. I know how much love is in those relationships, and I am after seeing that, I don't think you can see a poly relationship and then think to yourself, no, that shouldn't be a thing. Because once you see a poly relationship, you're like, holy crap, like that's an awful lot of love in that relationship. And there are certain moments when one partner in that relationship might say something wrong, and they'll get into a fight, and there'll be that third partner or fourth partner to go, no, let me help you through that now. And you can still have that romantic love to rely on to help you through that, even though it's your other romantic partner that made you upset in that moment. So I don't think it's right of anyone to try to constrict that love. Um, Personally, I want a monogamous relationship, which means I want a relationship with one person at one time, and I want an exclusive relationship where it's because a lot of people do get polyamory relationships and open relationships confused. An open relationship is like when you're with someone, but you can both go off and do sexual things with other people, whereas polyamory is like a full connection and a full emotional relationship with multiple people, right? And for me, I when I'm with somebody, I don't get jealous if they look at another guy. I don't really get jealous if I've even told my ex-boyfriends when we started dating. I'm like, honestly, hey, you're a guy. When I'm not here, you can watch adult films. I don't really care, because when I'm alone, guess what I'm doing? Uh, like it just doesn't matter to me. And so like I don't get jealous in that way, and I don't really care if we're out somewhere walking around and you like happen to look at a guy a second too long or something. I'm not gonna like freak out over you, doing it. Like if we're on a romantic date on Valentine's Day and you're looking over at another table the entire time, then yeah, probably I'm gonna be upset, you know. But that's never happened. But I would be upset in that situation because we're on a date and it's a very romantic moment where you should be concentrated on it. But that's honestly the same way I would be if you were looking at your cell phone the entire time on the date. You should be concentrated on the date. You can look at your cell phone later. There's plenty of time when we're apart when you can be looking at your cell phone. We're together now. Like, concentrate on me in this date. Um, but I believe in all relationships. Doesn't really matter to me, but I personally want for myself a monogamous, exclusive relationship with someone. And I for me, that's what I want, because I do get a tad bit jealous in certain situations, and I want that person to be 100% mine, but I also am up into pup play, and so I want them to own me as well. You know, I feel it's like that connection that I want in my relationships. You know, um, but yeah, yeah, I can I can see the appeal of it. I just want something different from myself personally, and that's okay. Yeah, because that's the thing. Um, look at it this way. It's the same thing as bisexual people, right? So I'm 100% gay and I want a man one day, but I'm I can see the appeal for a guy to want a guy or a girl, or a transgender person or a non-binary person. I can see that bisexual. I see the appeal of it. I just want only a guy for myself. It's the same sort of situation where I can support other people for their own sexuality while still having my own sexuality for myself. And I feel that's where we sometimes get lost in translation with a lot of people, where it's like, I don't really, like, when I'm asking someone, do you support gay people? I'm not asking them if they're gay themselves. I'm just asking, do you support me for being gay? And that's all that matters to me, is you being an ally. I can care less if you're gay as well. What I care about is you support me. Have a good night. Whoever said goodbye, Sophia, I think. Yeah. Um, but yeah, I'm I'm sorry, and I need to go now. But I truly wish you the best recovery from your horrible director. Just know we are here to support you from wherever we are in the world. Oh, you're in New Zealand? Holy crap! Okay, that's a far way away from Pennsylvania, United States. Um, Thank you for joining us. I'm a lesbian, but my lover was sexually abusive, so of course we broke up. But I went through so much trauma. The worst part is my family didn't believe me. Oh God, that's. See, when I broke up with my first ex, my sister believed me immediately. She was like, that's like him slapping across the face so hard is the first step of him really being abusive. What's the next step? Um, and so, like, she immediately was like, you need to get out of that. Like, you need to be safe. And luckily, she was very, very supportive. But I don't know why would a family not believe you for being, like, of course, like, who would make up that lie? Who would go to someone and be like, yeah, my partner was abusive, and be like, no, it was all, like, who would do that? Who would make up that? Honestly, that's horrible. They didn't believe you, because NZ is New Zealand, by the way. Sorry, I think it is, or maybe I'm just tired. But I'm pretty sure it's New Zealand. New Zealand is an amazing country. Okay, I'm sorry. Side thought there. It's just an amazing country. Okay, so fun fact, New Zealand, they had I don't at first this is not going to sound like a fun fact, and then it's going to sound like a fun fact. Um but good night, handsome young man. Continue advocating for our community. Thank you so much, Danielle. Thank you. I love that. Um I Okay, so one of my other friends, mind blank, yeah, she goes to Japan every, like, other year, and she's just, like, in love with the place. And I'm like, you need to move there. And she's just like, yeah, but then I'd be away from all my friends. And I'm like, oh, you're right. But anyway, Um, wait, what do you think was a kink? What Pendastar? Did you think NZ was a kink? Oh no. Okay, it's New Zealand. Yeah, pup play is a kink, but um, puppy. That's seriously like all day when I was so depressed. That's what I. That's the headspace I go into to get my mind out of that place. I'm just like, fuck you, director, and I'm like, I cannot wait to get home and cuddle with my puppy. I cannot wait. Literally, I cannot get home fast enough to cuddle with my puppies. Um, oh, thank you, Atlas. Um, I, 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 I try. I try to do a lot of support for the community. I try. Um, maybe try reading something. I write too much to read. No, as a scriptwriter, I always have to all my days off from work. I always have to read scripts and make sure they're right before we. Um, Miranda, what was that? I saw something and then I saw it disappear all of a sudden. Sweater weather. Yeah, it was cold out today. Um, anyway, so many things. Uh, maybe. Okay. Can you be a trans woman, pansexual, and part of the pup tribe? Because I've heard the pup tribe is for gay men. 60% of play tribe members are actually straight cisgender men and cisgender women, but um, you can of course be trans woman and part of the pup tribe, and you can be pansexual and part of the pup tribe. You're right. In the LGBTQ community, the vast majority of pup tribe members that are also LGBTQ are gay, but there are certainly pansexuals that are part of the community, and certainly, yeah, of course, a lot of furries are trans too. By the way, at first I thought being a furry was a kink. I never knew it was a part of the LGBTQ and open. It's not really a part of the LGBTQ. We covered it on our Pride Flags episode, but being a furry is just an animal. I cannot speak tonight. It's a part of like it's imagining you're another animal, an anamorphic animal. So like, for instance, if you ever seen Fluke the husky on YouTube, oh my god, I've been binge watching so much Fluke the husky on YouTube here so much. Oh my god. He is, first off, adorable without the fursuit and adorable with the fursuit. And then his boyfriend is Tyrox, which is a tiger and a fox put together. They're the most adorable couple ever. And like, he's such an amazing person. So I follow him so much, and I've been binge watching him recently. And then I tweeted at him and I'm like, I've been binge watching you and I need to know where your bone. He has like a blow up bone that is because he's a dog, and I'm like, I need to know where you got it because I want one. And so I tweeted at him and I'm like, I need to know. I've been binge watching you for the past like 8 or 9 days now, and I need to know. And he like retweets it, and I'm like, oh, Fluke retweeted my tweet. You know, I'm so happy. I was amazing. Oh, that was amazing. Um, I think my ex turned me into a furry. Very possible. It usually happens in relationships. But, I mean, I found out there's, what, 7 or 9 levels of being a furry, and I'm like level 6. So, I would take the fuck out of a furry. Of course you can recommend me a song. if it's if it's a song called if it's a song called We Bleed Rainbow, it's by this amazing artist called Matt Haslam. Um, you just walked your dog, now you're back, and come into a topic about a husky and a furry. That's amazing. I mean, you're just going from dog to dog. Um, oh, that's a dream. Okay, what? Pup play. Not canine, not bios, not biological canines, by the way. I'm talking about puppies, like pup tribes members. Going from pup to pup would be amazing. Why do I feel like you're all judging me? But like, I feel like that's a dream that Matt had many, many times, and you're not wrong. Um, Obviously, I've had that dream many times. I think like the day. Okay, so a while back, I had a dream where that's. I mean, I've already gotten more weird on the show, so why not? No, I had this dream once that I was like Grace and Chance and I were in this relationship together, and we I had this dream for about like 6 or 7 hours the entire night that I was sleeping, and I was just like he was throwing a tennis ball around a gymnasium for some reason, and I was chasing it, and it was just the best dream I've ever had, and I don't know why. That and I woke up from that dream, and I'm just like, yeah, I think I just like advanced a level in furriness, you know. Um, so in the furry scale is seven biggest or lowest? The biggest. Yeah. Uh, well, no, like the top level is when you get the actual fursuit, but the level underneath that is when you're like you have a fursona and you want a fursuit but you can't afford it or you can't make it, and that's where I'm at. Um, Great Big World. That's a great song. Okay. It's okay that you're a 0 on the scale. That's perfectly fine. You don't have to be a furry to watch this show. Um, I love Fluke and Majura Strawberry. I've never seen Majura Strawberry. I'll check that out. Um, there's a whole scale thing. In fact, we're doing an episode. I don't know when though. God. I don't know, sometime in the future on um. There's a whole Reddit stream on furry art IRL, and I really wanted to. I really want to do a stream looking at it, so I'm gonna probably do that in the future. My brother is a furry, but I accept him because you should always accept people for who they are. Thank you, DJ. Perfect words. It's perfect words. Yeah, you should. I don't really get why people are against furries. Okay, so there was this whole documentary on furries called The Fandom. Fantastic documentary by Ash Coyote. Um, but yeah, they are an amazing filmmaker, and you should definitely go check them out. Um, and that's actually what turned me on to Fluke, the husky, and now I'm watching a whole bunch of different furries. And so, like now that we have smart TVs in our house, by the way, we can watch it on any TV. And so I'll like watch while I'm eating breakfast in the morning downstairs in my living room, and my dad like comes in and he's like, the Powered by Rainbow's YouTube channel is open on the TV, and he's like, why is your watch later playlist full of furry stuff? And I'm like, don't ask questions that you don't want the answer to. um, there's a book called How to Draw Furries. Well, guess what I'm getting this week to read. I would love to draw furries better than I do. But no, so like there's no, what I'm like, so in this documentary, it sort of describes how the furry fandom started, and in the very beginning, a lot of people ruined it by, you know, very much sexualizing it in the conventions that they went to, and so for years and years now, the furry fandom has had to overcome that, and it's it's not all about sex. It's like, no, I'm a puppy, and you know, we get to rub noses and it's a lot of fun. Um, and your boyfriend gets to be your owner instead of just your boyfriend, which is a whole nother level of love. It's actually really cool. That said, I have yet to have a boyfriend that wants to do that with me. So, go watch X Files. That was the saddest part this morning. I'm like, let's relive this whole relationship in a 19-minute episode. Because why not? Never mind, I popped back out of my McDonald's chicken nugget box because I can't. Oh, wait, is Ash a she? I thought they prefer they. I don't know. Again, it's late, guys. I'm sorry. Um, I have no idea why people have a problem with it. Like, me and all the rest of the furries are just doing our thing. Exactly, right? Like, that's the thing. Like, I don't have a full fursuit, but for like Halloween, I'll dress as a puppy with like all the ears and the makeup, and I have a whole like fur jacket now, and I'm getting fur pants, which is really cool. But then, like, sure, why not? The collar and everything is like part of the Halloween costume that I only wear during October, and it's rainbow, and I really love it. So, but yeah, like I don't understand why people are like, no, you can't get collared as a person. Like, fuck you. Like, people put necklaces around women all the time. Like, what's so wrong about having a collar? I mean, I wouldn't wear it to work or anything, but I mean, on the way home from a really bad day at work, cheers you up a little bit. So I've already shown you this costume. We did an episode on how to become a puppy, and we also did this other episode on uh, uh how to do puppy makeup last October. And in those two episodes, you can see me in full costume. Really cool. Uh, okay, can I show you the one that I really want? It's from Lacey, which is the one that did the fursuit for Fluke the Husky, right? I'll show you this one that I really like. Um, Hold on. It's really cute. I swear. I swear it's cute. I swear it's worth it. I swear it's worth it. It's worth the wait. Okay, hold on. Can I do this? Can I do this? Hold on. Then I'll do camera and display. Does that work? Sure, that works. Let me just put that over there and then that over there. Okay, this is a really cute one that I really love, and I think it matches my persona like perfectly. But oh, so cute, right? I just want to boop that nose so bad, and I want to. Okay, I want to be in it so bad. Like, wouldn't that be amazing to just go around with those ears every day? I think personally it would be amazing to go around with a tail every day. That's just my personal opinion. But yeah. Yes, it turned from asshole managers to furry. You know why? Because furries cheer me up. I'm sorry. Also, I still have like on my other two desktop screens, I still have the Fursana pictures that you guys drew for me. So that's still there. Because I love them. Like, ugh. Now that I've seen people draw my Fursana, I'm just like, well, now I have to commission a lot more art in the future. Because I love seeing my Fursana. It's a pride thing. It's like, yay, I'm that puppy. That's me. Um, I'm feeling a lot better, Daniel. Thank you so much. I the way this night started, uh, I don't want to tell. Before work, I did not want to go to work at all. And to be fair, now that I've heard what I've heard at work, I probably shouldn't have gone to work. Um, but I was like, well, let me just go to work. I fucking hate that I have to go to work today because, unemployment in America is paying me no matter what, so I don't really have to go to work at all. And should have stayed home, but I was feeling highly depressed, and I'm like, I just want to sleep today because I just got done like thinking about my ex-boyfriends during the morning for that broadcast, and I was like, let me just get my mind off of that and let me try to get my mind on something else other than just being depressed. Because whenever I think about my ex-boyfriends, I feel horribly alone, and then I'm like, let me not think about that again. Um, can I say something that makes me feel really sad? People at my school always use autistic as an insult, and I am myself autistic, but nobody knows. But I think they should use. But I think they shouldn't use autistic as an insult. Of course they shouldn't, because autistic is perfectly okay. Like, okay, um, don't think he'll mind me saying this, but one of my friends is autistic. So, and he's been my best friend for 5 years now, I think. Yeah. And like he's one of the greatest guys I've ever known. One of the smartest guys I've ever known. So people that think that autistic is an insult need to fuck off, because if anything, it's like a freaking like symbol of heroism and amazingness. Like there's nothing that like I don't understand what makes you discriminate against that. It's like you can still be a functioning a person, an adult, being autistic. I don't understand. Like what? Why would you use that as an insult? But I also don't understand why they use gay as an insult. So, but because they're jealous. You're also an education specialist. Thank you for what you do, Daniel. That someone should make a Google Classroom for this channel. We did. There is a Google Classroom. It's called LGBTQ Nation or something. LGBTQ Gang. This is Gay America. Yeah, someone did make that. But I don't know. They've been on and off there for a while. We mostly use the Discord now. Powered Discord. What else is there? Me when people call gay as an insult. How'd you know? Yeah. No. My bullies used to say that all the time in school, and they're like, gay, and I'm like, why, thank you. No, so my favorite is like, when did this happen? Like, this was a week and a half ago at my company. One of my producers was telling me, like, I said, we were just joking around, and I made like a snarky comment, and you gotta understand, my friends and I, who are producers of the show, they all understand that I make snarky comments. We all make snarky comments to each other. We're all very okay with it. We all understand each other's humor, and we take no offense to it. So here's a situation where we all know the line every one of us has, and we don't cross it, right? So anyway, they make this snarky comment, and or no, sorry. I make this really snarky comment to one of them, and they're just like, dick, and I'm like, yes, please. I would like that triple size, And they're just like, oh my god, Matt, I don't like. So that's my favorite, when I hear people call me a dick, and I'm just like, yes, please. I'll take two. Yeah. So that's a thing. But I do that to people all the time. I'm like, yes, I'll take two. And they are so confused for a second or two, and then they're like, oh yeah, Matt's gay. So I love it. Oh, sorry, laggy. No, your Wi-Fi didn't get sucky. My internet got sucky. Yeah. Hold on. I should be back in a second or two. Yeah. Oh God. See, this is how you know I'm getting tired, man. I read your name as hot sausage, and I don't know why. Probably because I'm a horny 27, 28-year-old. But yeah. Yeah, I am feeling better now. It's not how my day started, but I'm feeling a lot better now, so I'm glad I did my stream. I was like, I know if I stream, my fans will help me and they'll bring my spirits up, and I was right. uh, no, my internet is rubbish sometimes. Sometimes it takes so long to upload an episode, and I'm like, it was a 5 minute episode. How did it upload? And then I'm like, well, so one time we were uploading a 5 minute episode of one of our other shows, and we're like, why is this taking so freaking long? And then I was like texting my team, I'm like, but it's a 5 minute episode. It shouldn't take that long to upload. And then the girl's like, you know it's in 4K, right? And I'm like, oh yeah, that's a huge file. That's right, you know. Um, so that's a thing sometimes that we do. Really, what I should do is bring you guys in on the producer uh, chat that we have sometimes and just show you how crazy it gets. But yeah. But no, I do that with a lot of people when they're like dick, and I'm like, yes, please. It's a very fun joke. If you're gay, you can certainly use that one. It's a very fun joke to use. Oh, no, if you say yeah, if you're tired, go to bed. I'm sorry to keep you up. You should definitely go to bed. But there's a lot of work to do in an episode. Like a lot of people don't know is a, probably like nowadays 80% of the time spent on every episode is in researching and script writing it, which is why the producers help me with that side of things. And then once during filming, sometimes there'll be a producer on a Skype call with me or in the studio making sure that I'm making the right facial expressions or that I stick to the script in really, really sensitive topics. They'll make sure I stick to the script. But most times I'm filming alone really late at night, and then I'll be editing the whole thing by myself as well. So the producers really help with the majority of the work, which is why we're crediting them on the website now, which is awesome. And for season 4, I'm highly considering putting them in the credits under every description of every episode because just, oh my god, they've been so helpful this year. So it's been a good year for us. Um Oh, that's a good point. If you're feeling negative or depressed, then try eating something because it gives the brain energy to give you endorphins to make you feel happy. Good point. Chicken nugget, thank you. I mean, give me all the pronouns you want. I'm still gonna call you chicken nuggets. That's an awesome name. It's just awesome. How do you? Okay, so how do you come about getting the name Chicken Nugget on YouTube? Because I would have thought that McDonald's would have saved that, or like take took that name years ago. My pronouns are he him, by the way. I also accept dick, apparently. No one meme that. You ever do a live stream and realize you just said something inherently stupid that someone's gonna gif? Yeah. I want to be a YouTuber under the gaming category, but I love to learn, especially LGBTQ and psychology. Okay. Gaming videos are easy to make, honestly. Okay. Story time. We had someone on in our comment section once. It's just like, "Oh, I love your episodes, Matt. But how come you don't put out an episode every day?" Like, they compared us to Jelly and Slogo Man, because Jelly and Slogo Man are fantastic YouTubers, by the way, that I actually do follow. I love their content. Um, but they put out gaming videos and they put them out daily. And Jelly even puts out 2 a day sometimes, I think, you know? And they're like, "Matt, how come you don't put out content as often as Jelly or Slogo?" And I'm just like, okay, hold up a second. Do you know that, first off, Jelly and Slogo have a team of people that help them, you know, that work full time for them, to make their videos? Because they'll play the games, but they have a team of people who help set up the games in advance for them to play, and then they have a team of people who edit the episodes for them, and pretty much all they do that I'm aware of is play the games, have a lot of fun, and they really have to refine their talents and do a good job at it. And then they might edit episodes or they might work on producing some stuff, but for the most, and they might work on the merchandise stuff, but they have a team who does the pre-production and post-production on everything and helps them with that. Um, yeah, of course I know BTS. So we do a lot of BTS here. Um, so we did a show. We did a whole episode. My birthday special episode, right, was back in July. We did a whole episode on how one of these episodes is made. We did a behind the scenes thing. Um, so I also know the band BTS, is that if that's what you're talking about. Um, but yeah, like they do a lot of that kind of stuff, and people are like, well, more specifically, one person was like, "How come you don't put out as much content as them daily?" And I'm like, "Okay, do you want to hire a staff for me to do that?" You know, like it's really a lot to do, and especially considering our show is like this highly researched thing where it's like a lot of work to make a script. So I'm like, daily content is hard, which is why we only do it 1 month of the year, like that, for October, for History Month. I don't know. Maybe I'll make that person happy in October because we're, doing one video a day. I don't know. Who knows? But yeah. Anyway, I do know BTS the band. By the way, I do know them. It's just most people around me when they say BTS, they're like it's behind the scenes because I'm a production major. You should listen to one of the members' albums called RM Mono. Becca makes me listen to a lot of BTS, and I have grown to love it. Sadly, that's the thing. She expands my knowledge to a lot of Korean and Japanese and Chinese stuff, and I'm like, damn it, Becca, now I like this. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much, Daniel. I do appreciate that. See, that means the world to me right there. Man. Oh, all right. That's why I love you guys so much. Anyway, so yeah, I watch. I binge watched Seven Deadly Sins because okay, so Becca, we had a movie night, right? And Becca introduced me to Seven Deadly Sins episode 1, and then what was the other show called? Um Elite House or something else on Netflix, you know? And I'm like, okay, I kind of like both of these, you know? And so I ended up binge watching uh Seven Deadly Sins until I got done the whole series because it was pandemic time. I had nothing else to do. So I'm like, well, guess I can't wait for season whatever they're on now because I watched every episode now. So, yeah. You can say I love anime. Um Becca will send me like TikToks of anime or like different things of anime and she's like, "Here's some hentai for you." And I'm like, "Oh god, you know." Yeah. Furry stuff is like the best drawings you can get. But yeah, not too bad for the other stuff too. My Hero Academia, oh, it's good. Wait, okay, hold on. No, well, now I have to go to Netflix. Hold on, because now I have to find the names for you for what I actually watch. Um, um, Host Club is the name of the one that Becca turned me on to that I also like. But I watched Seven Deadly Sins, the whole thing. Host Club, I'm still working on. Beasters is one of the best series for furries. Oh my god! Like I on my on my Twitter. So like the Twitter for Powered by Rainbows is obviously a different Twitter than I personally use. Because I use my Twitter a lot more than I use my Facebook or anything else. So, because I heard JoJo is pretty good, by the way. But Cats the movie, by the way, or is that what you're talking about? I like Cats the musical. So, but so uh, yeah, my friends on Twitter, I interact with a whole lot more than my friends on Facebook because Facebook has become very political, and my Twitter friends and I have all decided to keep politics out of everything, and we decided like we all agree that a certain president is horrible, so we're just like there's no point in talking about it, you know, and so we all just talk about furry things and we all talk about like uh, puppy stuff and we all bark at each other. It's kind of nice. Um, but I know that got furry weird for a minute. Um, but no, like we decided a long time ago that's what we're gonna do between ourselves, and so it's really nice to just be gay and be a puppy and be a furry on there, and so I use that a lot more often, and um, I don't pee. What? You don't pee? How don't you pee? Um, oh, pester. You mean? Oh, there was context there. I'm sorry. I need to read the comment before. um, hold up. It's possible for someone to have never had McDonald's? Yeah, but it's certainly not regular. um, if you're just joining us now, go back to the very beginning. You'll get some context of how sad I was in the beginning, and now you'll be like, "Oh my God, we all cheered him up." Thank you. By the way, um, the closest one to me is like 5 miles down the road, and from where the TV station I work, it's like 2 miles down the road from there on the way home a McDonald's. And so some nights that I have like an early production the next day, or my dad is like asleep already or something, and by the time I get home it's too late for us to eat together or whatever. I'll just like pick someone up for me and be like, yummy McDonald's. Um, so what was I saying before that? God. Oh. No, okay, so on Twitter, right? So we decided a long time ago to make it a nice, safe place for ourselves. And so we'll just like follow all these different things. And then I heard about Beasters, and everyone was talking about it. They're like, oh my God, Beasters is such a good furry film and series on Netflix. And I'm like, and I watched it and I'm like, not too bad, you know? When is my time zone? Eastern time zone. So it's 5:16 in the morning right now. Um, but then, what was, what was the other thing that, yeah, that all, there's another thing that happened on Twitter, recently that's, Matt doesn't deserve to be sad. By the way, you owe me a mocha McFrappe if we actually knew each other. Okay. That would be, well, I don't know if I know you. So, how am I going to find out if I know you? Um, I once broke my brother's neck. I was like 9 years old and he was 18 and 19. Did he die? Because you can legit die from breaking someone's neck. Well, you can legit die if someone breaks your neck. I'm sorry to pester, but I really want advice on what I should tell my friend who's questioning if they're gender fluid. P.S. My pronouns are she, her. Can I get to that in just a second? So the other thing a couple weeks ago on Twitter was femboy hooters, and so that kind of like preoccupied me for a good 48 hours. If you don't know what femboy hooters is, and if you're into guys, you should definitely look it up. Um, if you're a lesbian or yeah, then I wouldn't look it up. But femboy hooters, amazing. The artist is incredible, by the way, of that. Okay. Anyway, we're not going to get into that because that would make this NSFW. So, uh, well, I'm up because I wanted to feel better. And it was either this or cry into my pillow and hug a whole bunch of puppies and cats. So I chose stream and then still go hug puppies and cats. But at least when I go hug puppies and cats, I can be happy. So, okay, so your friend is questioning if they're gender fluid. What should you tell them? You should tell them, obviously be supportive, you know. Look at our, how many facts is it? About 20? I think 20. 20, oh, no, it's not called that. I'm sorry. Wrong episode. Matt has done 100 and, how many? We've done 140 some episodes so far this season that we've produced, and some of them are still coming out, but we've officially produced 140 this year so far, and we're still not done for the season. And so forgive me, I sometimes forget the titles of videos. But it's one, or sometimes it takes me a minute to come up with them. But this one's called Understanding Sexual Orientation and Gender Identity. That episode will help that person a lot because they'll start to understand that it's a spectrum. One of the best ways I can describe gender fluidity to a person and help them with it is to first off recognize that it is a spectrum and be like, so I understand that gender is a spectrum. You can be anywhere on it at any time, and that little, if you ever been to like a mall or a theme park or whatever and they have maps on the walls they have like a whole map of them all, and then there's like that little red icon that's like you are here right now, and that way it gives you context of which direction to go to find a certain thing. Um, so sort of like that, only on this spectrum. You're like you are here right now, but you can move that little dot at any time that you want. At any time it feels it's right to move that, you can move that, you know. And so the more understanding you are, the more accepted they'll feel. I'm on October holidays in 2 weeks. Oh, that means a vacation for other people. I'm sorry. Holidays for us in America means it's literally a holiday. We don't really get off for most holidays. But, and as an entertainment company owner, I never get off for holidays. I'm, the last couple Christmases I have worked. So, because my industry. But that's what we sign up for. And so we celebrate Christmas like the week before Christmas. So in TV and film world, it's weird because you'll like celebrate Christmas 3 months in advance of Christmas, because in order for them to edit the episode or whatever, they need that time. And so it'll be like a December 20th episode and you're filming it in like September. Um, so, oh, I forgot to tell you the other big thing. Oh my God. Okay. Sorry. Completely got distracted. I hope you're safe on holiday, by the way, when you're out there. Just stay safe from COVID. Um, did the smoke from Cali reach you yet? No, it didn't. Didn't reach Pennsylvania yet. The hurricane winds certainly did reach us from the two hurricanes that happened simultaneously down in southeastern part of the United States. That definitely did hit us. Um, I love memes. Um, I love memes and good gifs. Um, but no, the smoke didn't reach us yet. I love how like half the country was okay. This is gonna sound again. This is another one of those things. It's gonna sound so horrible at first, and then the funny part's gonna come later. But um, I love how like half our country was like burning up. The other half of our country was uh having two hurricanes simultaneously, and then you had a president who was like, climate change isn't real. These trees just spontaneously explode. That was his literal explanation for it. He went to California where there was like two or three wildfires happening at the same time, and he's meeting with like the top executives from the Department of Environment, right? And he's like, yeah, these trees in the forest just all of a sudden explode, and that's how the forest catches fire. Like, and then you have like the scientists who are over on the other side of the table who are like, I'm sorry, Mr. President, but that's not what science is, because trees don't just explode. That's not how it works, you know? I love it. And that was like the perfect response to it. And I'm like, oh my God, our president is so fucking stupid. So, yeah, it was weird. I was like, so that happened. Um, I'm 14. I'm not from America, and even I know this. Exactly. The whole world, literally the whole world is laughing their ass. Like, okay, so Trump went to like these global summits of all the presidents, and you have world leaders from all around the world laughing their asses off at him as soon as he gets to the stage. And then he's like, they were laughing with me, and we're all like, watch the footage back. You weren't laughing first. That wasn't a thing. You never made a joke. That's not a thing. They were laughing at you. In order to be laughing with you, you have to be laughing too. It was so bad. But yeah, right now us and England are the laughing stocks of the world right now, because they elected Boris Johnson, who's like Trump but British. Not okay. So here's the thing. John Oliver did this whole thing on it, but it's a lot better than I can do it. But Uh, so Boris Johnson, he even came out and said, "No, I just play stupid in front of reporters, and so that way people think I'm stupid at certain times, but he's actually really conscious of who he is, right?" And then you have Trump, who's never publicly said that he plays dumb, and everyone's like, he's just acting. Like, well, okay, so he was acting his entire life then? Because he's never not acted like this, you know? So, yeah. Welcome to America, where we can have two hurricanes and forest fires going on at the same time. And our POTUS is just like, trees explode. But what about the hurricanes? his answer his answer to solving a hurricane was, what if we send a nuke in the middle of the hurricane? Would it stop the hurricane? And everyone's like, the environmental people and the military people are going like, do you understand what a nuke is? Like, okay, so if you send in, like, there was even one army guy who's like, if you put a nuke in the middle of a hurricane, first off, that's not going to stop the hurricane. But most importantly here, now you're going to have nuclear radiation in a hurricane that's still heading towards America. So you're going to literally cause Chernobyl to be expanded to all of America. Like, how fucking stupid. But he's like, but a nuke will stop it. No, it won't, Mr. President. I did. Okay, so freaking New Zealand is amazing. Okay, so like, okay, I know this is, again, this is another time when it's gonna sound horrible at first, then it's gonna sound wonderful. But okay, so yeah, there were fire tornadoes in Texas. Yeah, that happened. That's a real thing. Um, but trees just combust. Totally not climate change. Sorry. Um, and so, they had in New Zealand there was a somber moment here, right? So they had a mass shooting in New Zealand where one person murdered a whole bunch of people with an automatic rifle, right? Fucking the next day, President of New Zealand comes out and she's just like, we are going to have gun reform on the table this week. And the whole world's like, okay, okay, um, sure. She came down hard and she had to say something harsh on it, you know? And then they fucking did it. Like, New Zealand is so freaking incredible. So they had literal legislation passed in a week on gun reform. And to my knowledge, at this current moment, they have not had a single mass shooting since then. And then you have fucking America, who's like, you know, had record numbers of mass shootings over the years, you know, surpassing any other country combined. And then uh, we had we have the NRA who's like, guns aren't the problem. We need more guns to stop like people with guns. Like, but then you just have more people with guns, you know. And then uh, since I'm overseas, I'm literally just watching our country go to hell. Uh, well, what country is that? That depends on what country you live in. Because I'm watching that right now in America. Welcome to America. Um, so, but like, it's really sad because like right after the pandemic started in March, so March 13th, I think, was the official day when America shut down all schools for COVID, and they required all schools to close, right? I think at the very next, I'm American, but I don't live there, so so it's just sad because it's so bad over there. Yep. Um, but consider yourself lucky you're not here right now. I mean, they were saying, oh, Trump's number one. Trump's number. Well, technically, he did make America number one in the amount of deaths that happened because of COVID. You know, that's not a thing to be proud of, Mr. Trump. You know. whatever. Um, but no, they were. What was I even saying? Good lord, I can't remember my thought process like, um, 2 seconds ago. Um, oh yeah, March 13th. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So like March 13th, they shut down all the schools in America, and it was official at that point, you know. And all of a sudden, like this thing came out. What was it? About a week later, and it was this meme going around Facebook, but it was simultaneously the best thing I've ever heard in my whole life, but also the saddest thing in the whole, you know, because all it said was the best thing to happen because of COVID is America's school shooting rate will be lower now. And it was like simultaneously the best thing to hear of like, they're right. School shootings will definitely drop because there's no longer children in schools to shoot up, you know? And then it's also the simultaneous like, oh shit, like that's what it took America to stop school shootings was literally shutting down every school in America. Like that's what it took. That's the level it took to stop mass shootings. Like shouldn't there have been legislation or some sort of answer to mass shootings before the pandemic? Like New Zealand had an answer within a week. Why did it take us like fucking 10 years and we still don't have an answer? It's just as soon as school starts to reopen, we still don't have an answer for that, by the way. Our answer was let's wait for a pandemic to shut everything down. Like, oh. So yeah. Wasn't there a school shooting in New York last week? Was there? Oh fuck. So we really didn't solve shit. Okay. Well, thanks for bringing my hope back down. There might have been a school. I don't fucking. Thank you, Paige. Yay! Thank you, Paige. That. Thank you. That really means a lot. You're helping the channel. I do appreciate that. You're all helping the channel, by the way. You're just. Thank you, Paige. Oh, it wasn't a school shooting. It was just a shooting. Well, I mean, technically that's not better. It's just it's equal, but it's still sad. Um. Okay, so I don't get the mass shooting thing, but I really really don't get the school shooting thing. You know, I don't understand. To be fair, I don't understand the mass shooting thing at all. But the school shooting thing, I'm like, how can you look at first and second graders and go, no, you've done enough terrible things in your life already that you deserve to die? Like, it's just like, what? How do you even, how do you do that? Have you heard of the riots in Minneapolis, Minnesota? Because of Breonna Taylor? Yeah. It's sad. It is really sad. I know. Okay. Instead of solving the problem of gun of mass shootings, they're teaching. They're making educators. He's not wrong about this. They're making educators train their kids on how to survive a mass shooting when it happens. I literally saw one of the because I'm a reporter, right? So we got like copies of these things by request, and they literally teach you. They worded in one of the manuals in Pennsylvania. They're like how to ensure the safety of your students when a mass shooting happens. And we're like, shouldn't it say if a mass shooting happens? Like, you're just supposing it's gonna happen, which is even worse, you know? But I'm not gonna comment on that Pan Tortoise because white supremacists are Nazis. And I don't want to talk about Nazis. Yeah. In America, they have drills um, on how to deal with mass shootings. Yeah, that's the thing. Pretty. What's even worse is, so when we're doing a job in a school, we bring in all of these like trucks of cases upon cases of equipment, right? And we'll be like loading all this stuff in. They hardly ever check any of our cases, and it's the saddest thing. And you're walking past security, and you're like, I literally just brought like 2 tractor trailers of equipment in, and you didn't check one of the cases to make sure there wasn't a bomb. Like, what the hell is wrong with your security team? First off, like, so at my company, we schedule for every truck that we have full, we schedule another half an hour of time that we need to load in the equipment into a school, because we want their security to stop us. We want them to check every single case to make sure it's safe. You know, we want them to make sure there's no guns, no ammo, no nothing in our cases. We want them to do that genuinely. We ask them to do it. And then, like, there's other crews I'll work on, and they're just like loading in trucks of cases, and they're like, who the freak care? I'm like, how stupid are your security team sometimes? You know? But yeah. But no, as like the, so for my company, I have a guy who works for me on most of our productions, that he's literally there as our safety manager. That's his sole job, to make sure everything is safe. He's trained on proper safety for stage equipment. He's trained up and down the list. His only job is to make sure everything, he doesn't touch any equipment. He just makes sure it's safe, right? That's his only job. And I literally pay him to do that, because it's so important for me to have safety over profits or anything else. I don't care about profits. I care about safety first, because I don't want my company on the front cover of Time magazine for killing people. Like, that's not my goal here, you know? And if something bad ever happens, I would never feel, you know? So I have a safety manager for that reason. And every year or so, we send them to like conventions where, like, you know, go get that training, come back with it, that certification. That's great. You know, make sure we're doing things safe, you know? Yeah, sometimes it's done by a student of the school. Um, do you want to find out how dangerous our schools are? Hold on. How many school? Okay. Probably should not have laughed at that, because of what I'm about to tell you. In America alone in 2019, this is 2019 data, not 2020 data. So this is January 1st through December 31st of 2019. So last year, right? In the 46 weeks of the school year, there were 45 mass school shootings in America. It's about 1 week somewhere in America. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot. But so a lot of times when we're going to like schools, we have the certifications and stuff. As the boss of the company, um, isn't it weird how they have that many mass shootings in schools, and they're still like, let's train the kids on how to deal with one once it happens. Like, no, train people on how to not do it in the first place. Deal with your mental health issues in the country. Deal with your gun problem in America first, and then we'll worry about training the kids on how to deal with it. You know. So yeah, it's weird. It's a weird world we're living in. So it's like I'll tell you this story. On like, remember how I said I work sometimes on holidays, right? So it was Valentine's Day here in America on February 14th, right? I was working at a high school in Allentown, Pennsylvania, right? Um, we were working at this high school filming a basketball game. We were loading in equipment. There were 5 television crews there filming this game because it was a really, really big game, right? And so we're filming there. There's a lot of people there in attendance. There's 5 film crews there, all filming at the same time. And we're all running our cameras in, running our, cables in, all this equipment. Again, there's like trucks upon trucks of equipment for all these things. And that night, I get home and we find out the same day was the the mass school shooting in Florida, where the students at Parkland, it was the same day. And they a couple days later, those Parkland students started really standing up, and they ended up creating March for Our Lives rally, and that's an incredible rally. I highly support them in all of their efforts for gun reform. And they compared it because the senators who stopped gun reform legislation got money from NRA for a certain amount of price, and they were saying for $1 and some odd cents, you are risking every child's life in America. So they were making some great points, doing a great job. But the same day, we're in this high school in Allentown with this massive event that was a big target, where like simultaneously the same day this Parkland shooting is happening. I come home from that event and I see this happen on the news, and I'm just like, shit, that could have been the event I was at, just as easily. And you get terrified of the job you're doing suddenly, and you're like, nothing is safe really 100%, until we get these things in line. And you would hope that this entire time during the pandemic, people have been taking the time that they've had off and working on these things. You would really hope that was happening, but so far we're not hearing any news of that happening. So it sucks. We have a kid suspended for not wearing a mask. That was big news. That's horrible about American schools. Yeah. I wish the worst thing we had to worry about was a kid not wearing their mask. I wish. Nope. There are a lot more problems in America. To be fair, the mass shooting stuff isn't entirely because of Trump, though. I do have to give him some credit. It's not because of him. Some mass shootings are because of him, but most of them started a long time ago before that. And a long time before Obama, a long time before Bush Jr. Matt, have you ever questioned your gender identity? I don't want to offend anybody by saying no, but no. I hope that doesn't offend anybody, but I've never questioned my gender. I've questioned my sexuality my entire life, but I'm like, yeah, I've never thought to myself that, oh, I'm not a cisgender male. I've always thought to myself, I'm a cisgender male. But here's the thing. Once you start being an activist for so long that I'm an activist, and you start realizing, like, yeah, like, you start hearing the stories from people who have questioned their gender, I start realizing, like, holy shit, like, why would you oppose them questioning like that? It's so strong in their mind, and, like, of course you're trans, of course you're non-binary, like, of course, like, yeah. So I fully support it. I've never questioned my gender. Do you have any tips on how to deal with a sibling who constantly says the F slur, meaning faggot? Slap down, crossway. No, violence isn't everything. Answer. If your parents are accepting, talk to your parents. even if your parents don't know that you're LGBTQ, be like, my brother or sister or whatever, they keep saying the word faggot, and I don't like that word. Can you make them stop? Um, that's difficult. Well, if your kids in your class keep saying it, then talk to your principal. That's against the rules. Slap her hard so that she forgets how to speak. Hey, do American schools have uniforms? Some of them do. Okay. Side note here because we're on this now. Uniforms. I did have a uniform for my elementary, and uh, I've tried my parents. Nothing happened. As our, oh my god, I'm so sorry, Hope. I am so sorry. That's sad. That really. Your dad tells you to punch bullies in the nose. If they hit you, tell a teacher. Violence is never the answer. It only makes things worse. Adding fuel to the fire is never a good thing. Um, but you know, I realize I look really fat from that angle. I'm sorry. Okay. Um, but so like I went to Catholic grade school and middle school, and we had uniforms, and then after that, for high school we didn't have uniforms, but we had to like stick to like a dress code of we had to look appropriate, you know. But I remember like my first crush was like back in middle school days, and or no, it was elementary school days. Yeah, oh my god, a while ago. But yeah, so my first ever crush is like end of elementary school, middle school kind of area of my life, and so this really cute guy that I have a crush on is like wearing his schoolboy outfit, and I'm just like, well, that ain't hot at all, you know. That certainly won't turn a gay boy on, you know. And so like nowadays I'm like, yeah, if I if a boyfriend ever dressed up in a schoolboy outfit, it would not be on him long. uh, do you have work? Shouldn't you go to bed? Me? No, I don't have work tomorrow. My nephew's coming over for a couple hours tomorrow, but that's not until late at night. So, because my sister wants um some private time with her husband, and I don't know. To be fair, I would want that if I had a husband. So, um, anyway, so that's not until late tomorrow night. Don't worry about it. I have a nephew. He is adorable. I know, mine is adorable too. I think all nephews are automatically adorable. Um, but he's 6. Mine is 4. Yeah, yeah. So he's like still running around like, oh my god. Now that I know how to tie my shoes, I know everything about the world. That's his mentality right now. Do you like to read fan fiction of me? That would be amazing. No one's ever written a completely fan fiction of me. I love fan fiction, but I've never heard it about me though, if that's what you mean. I liked okay, so I probably shouldn't say this on air, but we're gonna say it anyway. Why the fuck not? I love reading like gay demon stuff. If you've ever heard of that, it's actually really some. There's some really good writers in there that are like romance writers. Um, Again, if you're under 18, don't go to that website. Don't read any of the shit that they have there because it's romantic stuff, but then it turns into other stuff. But it's a really nice romantic story most of the time. Oh, fanfics in general. I love fanfics in general. My 5-year-old godson is adorable. Oh, my sister is much older than me. I think that we have all peaked in high school. Yeah, I peaked in high school because I had a girlfriend back then. Yeah, that was fun times. Fun times kissing a girl while you're thinking about boys. So much fun. I highly recommend it if you ever get the chance. Luckily, her and I are still friends, and she's like accepting of the fact. And she's like, "Did you only date me because I look like a guy?" And I'm like, "No, you look nothing like a guy, but that's why I close my eyes every time I kiss you." You know, like, yeah, it's nothing against you, but I was thinking about Alex. You know, like, so she's like, "Okay, whatever." You know, I I was like, "Yeah, I'm totally not thinking about boys in school uniforms right now, and I'm totally not thinking about guys and no shirts and just had a long day at work, you know." I'm totally yeah, sure, whatever. Bye. Thank you for joining us. Um, just as we get to talk about hot guys, right? Um, fun time kissing a girl when you were thinking about being her. Huh? Oh, are you trans? I'm sorry, I didn't get that at first. I was like, you you think about being her kissing yourself, and then I realized what you actually meant. Okay. Um, sorry. Um, they're so pretty in their button-up shirts. Uh, Matt, have you ever been on a double date? Yes. Um, God. So my sister and her husband now, but was the boyfriend at the time. Like boyfriend, then they got married together, But at the time, her and her boyfriend and me and my girlfriend all went on a double date together. Oh, no, no, no. I did go on a double date with my first boyfriend and my sister. My sister and her husband and me and my first boyfriend who abused me, we went on a double date together. Wasn't great, but nothing with him ever was. Um, but then no, my weirdly enough, my third boyfriend who I was with for 7 months, my sister, my brother-in-law, my nephew, yeah, no one ever met him in person. Everyone's just like, yeah, we're just gonna like let Matt date a guy for 7 months and never ask him if we can meet him. That felt great. But I'm throwing shade on my family now. But no, um, yeah. Well, I mean, you can watch, you can do the laundry as we saw in our how to do the laundry episode. You can watch PBR while doing the laundry. I'm kidding, I don't care. Um, Night Hot Soup Bay. Every boyfriend I've had ended up cheating on me. Some multiple times. Me too. Okay, hold on, Rain. Um, Fuck people. I wish people would fuck me, but sorry, that's the virgin to me coming out. But no. Okay, so Rain, my third boyfriend cheated on me with over a dozen 70-year-old guys. Can you top that? Let's do a little back and forth here. Let's do a little competition. Who has the worst ex of cheating on them? A dozen 70-year-old guys. Now the ball's in your court. Um, I mean, it does explain why he never wanted to do anything with me because I was a year younger than him, and he liked 70-year-old men. So it did explain a lot once I found that out. But Um, yeah, imagine being like a year older than me. He was 28 at the time, and he was, you know, effing a whole bunch of 70s, and I'm like, nothing technically wrong with that, other than the fact that you're in an exclusive relationship with me. You know, my last boyfriend ended up cheating on me with a black dude, a Mexican, and some barista. Um, Claiming it's because you're trans. Oh shit, that does top mine. Oh shit, I'm so sorry. The last, okay, so like cheating on you with an African American person, that that's bad. But the African American part doesn't make it worse than just cheating on you with another dude, with a dude. A Mexican again doesn't make it worse. Barista doesn't make it worse. But the trans part, holy shit, that makes it horrible. That sucks. Sorry. Oh, you want another? Your ex raped you? Oh shit. I was thinking, okay, how did he rape you if you're in a relationship? Because if you're in a relationship, you would both want things. But if you don't want things and he continues to want them, or they continue to want them, then that's shitty, man. Oh, I'm so sorry, Dragon Lord. Oh, now we're we're getting really deep tonight, man. Um, and he wasn't sad. That no, so like my first boyfriend, we were hanging out, and like one of the things I didn't tell in the story was we would like hang out on a date. We okay, so we went to a state park, and if you're in America, you kind of know what these are, but it's just like a park. But it's giant and it's owned by the state, you know. And so like there's these well, it's like a campground, right? So there's like these spots where you can put up your tent, or there's like log cabins around somewhere, you know. And in certain places, there's wait, sorry, I gotta read this. Kind of feel like I just shouldn't date guys anymore, even though I'd like to. Feel like trans non-binary people might be better and cheat less. Maybe from my experience with guys, all three of mine cheated on me, so I can't say anything. But um, apparently it was my fault for not telling that we had an exclusive relationship, even though on our first date I told him I only do exclusive relationships. So I didn't make it clear enough, you know. And before they cheated on me, they, totally shouldn't have asked if I was okay with it, and asked if we had an open relationship. That was not a thing they should have, Anyway, so I I went on this date with the guy, and okay. No, I also went on another date with the third boyfriend. Anyway, both of like both my first and my third boyfriend, we went on a lot of dates together. So one of the places I took them was this like state park, and it was like really late at night, and it's really nice at night where you can see like the sun setting on the lake, you know. And I'm like, this is so romantic. And then we're walking around the lake, nobody's there, right? Nobody's there, and all of a sudden, like, we go to the men's room because there's men's rooms at state parks, and I'm just like, you know, mm, here we were for like a half an hour talking about a certain action, and then here we are in this restroom together, you know? How convenient. Matt didn't set this up at all. Um, and then they're just like, so you ready to go? And I'm like, um, there's like stalls right over there that we can go into together. And both of my boyfriends like were like, fuck that idea. We're going home. So they would drop me at home, right? And then I found out that they the first boyfriend went to a parking lot to meet some guy that he met off Grindr earlier in the night. Because, me offering something in the restroom was totally horrible. And I wasn't what they wanted, apparently. It's fun. So yeah, it really messed with my head for a long time. It still does mess with my head to this day. When you're a 28-year-old virgin, you're like, fuck this. Because you think to yourself, no one ever wants you. And so you're like, oh, yay, And especially when you don't do hookups, it's a difficult life. But, don't do hookups, kids. It's dangerous. That's what I will say on that. You can be poly. Hookups are dangerous if you're not careful about them. Which is why, that's the other thing I forgot to mention in October. If we get all of our October episodes edited by October 1st, which should actually happen, and we are on schedule to do that, then we will, in October, I will have at least 20 days. You'll be seeing content the whole time, but I'll have at least 20 days in October. I'm free, where, because all of those episodes are already done, so I'll have at least 20 days where I can really work on our gay sexual education class. Bye, Alicia. Thanks for joining us. So, we might actually have a gay sex ed class sometime this year. I'm not making any promises, but at least I'll be working on it really, really hard. Don't make that joke. I know what you're gonna say. Anyway, October is the best. Last week in October is also Ace Awareness Week. Is it really? Holy shit, I didn't know that. That's awesome. At first, I thought you meant Ace Hardware Awareness Week, and I'm like, oh, that's just a corporate holiday, here in America. And I'm like, oh, Ace, the sexuality, that's right, Sorry. Again, it's 6 o'clock in the morning, and a very emotionally draining day for me. So, Matt, do you draw furries? And if so, can we see some of your drawings? I don't draw furries. I wish I did. I tried once. Didn't work. I do write furry songs, though, which is fun. We get LGBTQ sex ed in school, but it's only like 2 lessons a year. The fuck? Okay. I'm moving to your country. We don't have any of that here. So, in my day, in school, the first sex ed class that was offered to us wasn't until my senior year in high school. Which, just put this in perspective for you. I'm not straight, but all the straight people were having sex at the time. And so, a lot of them are like, yeah, I've uploaded a lot of furry songs. And you should totally go to our recommended channels on this episode, on this channel, and see what other channels that I have. Matt has the music. There's furry music there. But after the stream. Of course, after the stream. No. So a lot of schools taught sex ed, but it was really late in your schooling, and so most of the students who needed that straight sexual education didn't have it in time when they were starting to actually have sex. And so you saw a lot of pregnant girls. That's just what happens. And they didn't have the education to know, oh yeah, condoms are a thing, And then I remember in my senior year of high school, the teacher had us all every week, every Friday, she passed out blank sheets of paper to everyone. And she's like, everyone has to turn in their paper as they're leaving the room at the end of class on Friday, right? And you could write anything you want on that paper, but you had to write something, right? And so you would write down whatever you wanted, but the reason why she did it was you can ask questions anonymously. And it was anonymous, to be honest, you know? It was like you can write a question into her and ask her any question you wanted about sex, but because everyone in class was submitting a paper, no one knew who was actually asking questions and who was just saying, "Hi, Mrs. B, how you doing today?" You know? And it was perfectly fine, but everyone was writing at the same time, so you were fine, you know, to ask any question you wanted. And second or third week, I start asking real questions. And I start asking, like, so, gay sex, how does that work? And how can I protect myself? Um, or I would like, over the course of the weeks of the semester, I would word it out. Or it was like, so, how do gay people have sex? And then a couple weeks later, I'd be like, so, how do gay people protect themselves during sex? You know, what kind of STDs should LGBTQ people be looking out for? You know, um, and so I just kept on asking these questions. But the third or fourth time, the teacher recognizes my handwriting, which I don't mind because I have a very distinct handwriting that's really nice penmanship and stuff. I don't. I'm not like a doctor and like, right? But I have a very effeminate way of writing that, you know, sticks out to a lot of people once you read my writing enough. And she noticed like my test have the same handwriting, and she like after class one day, I was just happened to be like the last person leaving the room, and she's like, "Hey Matt, by the way, um, can I talk to you for a second?" And I'm like, "Yeah, sure, whatever." And my lunch period was next, so I didn't care if I was late because she would write you a note, you know. And it was completely regular for her to ask students to stay late, to talk about like a test or something like that. Um, Completely normal. So no one thought of it as weird. And then, yeah, what can America not get about Celsius? Everything. Um, we're like, no, no, let the rest of the world do something. We'll do it differently. America, because we're so much better. You know, Celsius, liters, every measurement. We're like, nope, we're gonna do feet instead of meters. It's so much easier. Worst part is American football is measured in meters, and so we're like, and yards, and we're just like, what the fuck? Like, what? Why is our main sport measured in the metric system, and then we're all like, nope, we like feet. America has a foot fetish. Anyway, so I'm like, I started asking all these questions, and she pulls me out to the side one day, and she's like, "Hey, Matt, by the way, I think I recognize your handwriting for this question, but I don't want to ask it, or I don't want to answer it in front of the rest of the students because if I do, if I start answering too many questions about gay sex, then you're going, someone's going to realize that there's someone closeted in our classroom, and eventually they're going to start wondering who, you know." And because I asked questions every week, and so she's like, if I do this enough, it's gonna come out eventually. And I'm like, you're probably right. So she goes, I'll tell you what, take the week, right? Come up with as many questions as you want to ask, and what you can do is you can like pretend to be packing your books late or something like that. Pass me them whatever day you want, and then what we'll do is we'll schedule a lunch period next week or something when you can come here instead of doing your study hall, and there'll be another teacher with us because legally there has to be to make sure that, you know, I'm not doing anything to a student, you know. And I'm like, yeah, I don't care, you know. And she's like, ask as many questions as you want, and I will answer all of them to the best of my ability, but give me the questions a couple days prior, and that way I can do the research and make sure that you're getting accurate information. Okay, sounds fantastic to me. And so she was the first one that realized, like, Matt's asking all these questions about gay sex. Well, let me get him good information because he's not out to anyone yet, but I know that he needs this information in order to be safe. And so I really appreciate everything she did for me. And luckily, it was a really good semester with her because I had that opportunity a couple times to like take a period of my study hall and be like, I can just go to her room because regularly with study hall you could go to a teacher that had off that period and you could study with them specially, and that way you can get just if you're not understanding something that week, you can go to a teacher and schedule a time with them and get that extra bit of help that you need on that topic. Whereas with her, it was like, that was the only class I did it with because I was like, you're teaching straight sex ed, you're teaching how to take care of babies and all this other stuff that I don't need to know right now. I don't need to know how to not have babies. I just need to know how to adopt a baby someday, you know? Like, so that was our only sex ed class one semester in our senior year of high school, which is a perfect time to have it because half the people in there were pregnant. They already knew how sex worked. Um, so, but yeah, like typically, so with the more research we're doing for this series, by the way, for the gay sex ed class, the more research we're doing for that, we're realizing educators are actually starting in like 4th or 5th grade teaching you the steps, and then every year it's like a foundational thing that builds to eventually teaching the whole thing. But yeah, and I believe that's a lot better way of educating. But for that class, we're going to be following a lot of the guidelines that GLAD and Gleason kind of already recommend. Can I give you a fact about me? Sure. Chudley, what's the fact? I don't know. I wanted to do a serious voice for some reason. I don't know. Fun fact, my name is Matthew. I'm a demi boy, and my nickname are Matthew and Matt. But most people call me my dead name or Matthew, because Matthew was already a nickname for my dead name. Slap the people that use your dead name. No. Oh, see, your name is Matt too. Well, welcome to the cool club. I remember in my sex ed class, they had a game to teach about STD transmission. Everyone had a vial of water, some with invisible UV dye. We all had to exchange fluid with 2 others. I happened to get one of the 2 with the dye and unexpectedly exchanged fluid with a guy and ruined the whole game. No one guessed I was queer though. Well, that's the good part of the whole story, but that's a weird game to play with kids. Fuck. That's a weird game. Wow. Okay, that is new level of teaching there. My dad, my dad's name is Matt. Does that count? Wait, your dad's name is Matt and your nickname is Matthew. That's awesome. You're both cool. I remember when we learned about sex ed, the boys were perverts and they stared at the girls whenever they mentioned about sexual intercourse. Yeah, that happened. Your uncle's name is Matt? Oh, yeah, see. Cool club. Yeah. No. So the boys in sex ed class were always like, oh my God, we don't need to know this. All we need to know is how to fuck the girls. And I'm just like, what? Yeah, what? Totally. I'm straight here, And, yeah. That was my time in school. And then years later, I find myself watching Fluke the Husky, and in the background, he just has this like tapestry of on the wall of like Bad Dragon logo, and I like look at all these memes of Bad Dragon stuff, and they're just like someone made the Bad Dragon logo in the Lego store once, and the kids are all like, "Ooh, look, mommy, it's a dragon," and then like the gay guy's off in the corner laughing his ass off. Like that is not what it means. Yeah, so that I'm like the little 11-year boy, 11-year-old boy now. I'm like, ooh, sex. I feel like that's a lot of my life now that I came out, and I'm just like, well, now there's nothing stopping me from liking all these guys, and I'm making up for all the guys that I could have looked at over there. So now I'm just like, ooh, that guy's hot. He's fuckable. Ooh, look at that guy's ass. Like, imagine open up that one, you know? Like, I'm just like, yep, yep, yep. And then I accidentally around my sister, I just like kind of whispered to myself. I was like, yep, that guy can ban me. And then she's like, wait, what did you just say, Matt? And I'm like, oh, nothing. Don't worry about it, you know? And yeah. Am I okay? No, yeah, I'm okay now. Um, at least he was expelled. I remember the boy. Oh, I remember the boy touched me inappropriately. He was expelled. He locked me in a bathroom and did stuff with me. Oh, fuck. Should have gotten a lot more than expelled there, buddy. Should have, like, gotten freaking sexual harassment and sexual. Yeah, there's a lot of charges you could have gotten in that one. He's lucky he only got expelled. Wow, I'm sorry. Okay, to be fair, not to him, by the way, but to be fair, like, one of my dreams is to be in a locker room locked with the boy, but it would obviously have to be consensual. Not like, oh, you're locked and forced to do things. Well, you can be forced to do things, but want to be forced to do things and actually being forced to do things are two very different things. Wait, you were 12 and you were 11 and he was 12. Fuck. Yeah, there's a lot of charges that wow. Oh, there's a lot of countries that he could have been charged in for yeah, rape is never okay. God. No, people misunderstand the BDSM culture because, like, when you like that kind of stuff, is like, but you like being tied up. Yeah, like, well, when I am tied up, I'd rather know I'm getting tied up. And it was like, it's okay for me to be tied up because I'm consenting to it, and there's a safe word to tell you, get me the fuck out of this thing, you know? Compared to just actually raping, which is horrible. Then I was 16. I was raped by my girlfriend for 2 years. Damn. Well, this just got a whole lot more depressing. I'm so sorry. Can we talk about furries? That is really, really. I'm so sorry. Um, yeah. Yeah, that's. Talk about happy shit. Yeah. Yeah, Rain. Let's talk about happy shit. I like how your name's Rain and you're like, let's talk about happy shit. Like, Rain. No, Rain was a happy thing, actually. My parents are gay and they didn't support me. They didn't believe me. Fuck that. What? Your parents are gay and they didn't support you. Slap them both. Um, anyone want a McFlurry to cheer up? I want a McFlurry, but I'm afraid we're talking about two different things. If you know what I mean. The boys in the audience might understand that joke. I also do like McFlurries in general at McDonald's, but um, yeah. So it's also a gay reference there. It's a gay joke. So bye, Dragon Lord. Bye, Bad Dragon. Oh god, what if Dragon Lord's like 12 or something? I just called Dude Dragon. That'll be bad. But yeah, McFlurry is a gay reference there to a shot glass full of a certain liquid. What? Not ice cream. I want chicken nuggets. Well then, have chicken nuggets. They're right there. You can have them. I don't know. PM them or DM them and ask them out on a date. Um, Uncomfortable, and there was a few non-binaries in the class, and apparently he's gonna use gender stuff less often now. That's good, because gender stuff is very discriminatory against non-binaries if they're in the class. My friend and I use a code word for gay in our class called paintbrush. That's nice. Don't eat you? Wait, okay, hold on. If for those of you that are over 18, um, uh, okay, read the message above that. Atlas, I'll eat you. For those of you that are over 18, uh, don't eat me. Oh no. Oh no. How dare you? What? Please don't, Daddy. What? Someone's gonna gift that now. Shit. I know that's not what you meant. That's what I meant, though. 6:30 in the morning, and I'm still thinking about guys. So, well, to be fair, I think about guys 24/7, except for when I'm depressed. And sometimes when you're depressed, thinking about guys brings you out of that depression. What? Yeah. Sometimes watching Fluke the Husky gets a little out of hand. What? It's like 9 in New Zealand. Wait, in the morning or in the afternoon? Um, my mom invited friends of hers for today. I'm not too out to, but uh, that I'm not out to. But when they come into my room, they'll see really gay pictures I painted, so they might find out. You can hide them. Oh, at night. Thank you. You can hide them, yeah, if you want. If you don't want them to know, then they shouldn't know. Only you get to decide who knows and when. I should probably go to bed soon, actually, but I'll probably end up watching Luke the Husky for a couple more hours. Okay, so well, see, now it's a thing of between Fluke the Husky and Troye Sivan, who is cuter, and I'm trying to decide. I'm ranking hot chocolate. You're drinking hot chocolate. Darn you for not making me any. That would be amazing right now. Okay, I want hot chocolate, and then I want a McFrosty. Right? I have him on my phone cover. It's in the other room, but Troye Sivan, oh my god. He was in our hottest twink competition 2020, and I one of my producers was on the phone during that whole competition shoot, and she's just like, you cannot make Troye Sivan win this fucking competition. People are gonna think it's rigged then. And I'm like, so Troye Sivan is one of the most amazing singers in the whole freaking world. He's a fantastic LGBTQ rights activist. He is also just sexy as shit, and he is a total. He is like admitted now that he's a bottom, so that makes him 10 times more hot to me. Um, and yeah, mine is Youth and Strawberries and Cigarettes. Mine is Bloom and Heaven. Those are my two favorite. Um, yeah, but Troye Sivan. But Troye Sivan's freaking boyfriend at the time of that recording for Hottest Twink competition was it was Troye Sivan and Jacob Bixman, right? Jacob Bixman cheated on Troy. Why the fuck would you, if you were with Troye Sivan, right? Why the fuck would you cheat on Troye Sivan? Like, you're literally getting the best of the best of the best, and then you're like, but I want more. Like, fuck you, dude. You know, like, then you obviously don't deserve Troye Sivan. Um, Actually, I will give you one better. If you like Troye Sivan, this upcoming Friday, not like yesterday, but this upcoming Friday, there's an episode coming out called My First Ever Pride Event with Troye Sivan. We actually talk about I've seen Troye Sivan in concert a number of times, but the first time I ever saw him was at Washington D.C. Pride, and man, and then during that concert, I was like bawling my eyes out when he did the Heaven song, because that was my coming out anthem. And so there's a whole episode coming out on Friday all about Troye Sivan. You're gonna really enjoy it if you like him. Oh, thank you, Chadley. I know he used them. Oh man. Hoshimi Dragneel, are you a top, bottom, or switch? Is it switch of verse? Is that what we're calling it nowadays? I don't know. But I am. Well, I feel like no. I feel like a switch is whether you're a dom or a submissive, and then I feel like it's top, bottom, or verse, and then it's dom, submissive, or switch. I feel like that's the. Is that the thing? Yes, Atlas. Friday's episode. Switch is when you're both a top and a bottom. Okay. Sorry, I understand that now. You switch between top. Okay, but depending on your partner, I don't really switch between for the partner. I switch the mood. Like, some days you're just like, wow, like I am not in charge of anything, and I fucking hate my day at work, and so you're just like, yeah, I want to top tonight. And then you're like, wow, I was in charge of enough today. I just want to be used. That I feel like that's for the verse and switch people. I feel like that's more of a thing than but no. I don't know, like there's some guys I look at, I'm like, yeah, I totally fuck him, or like, oh no, he can totally fuck me, you know? That's sort of how I am. But I don't consider myself any of them yet, because again, I've yet to be with a man who wants to do that with me. So I don't really identify as any of the three yet. I know you can identify as one of them three before you. I know. Bye, Aaron. I swear by some miracle you and Troye Sivan date. I want to come to your fucking wedding. I'll tell you what, if me and Troye Sivan ended up dating and getting married, I will invite you to the wedding. I will like make a live stream, and be like, Atlas, we are getting married. Come, DM me. You know, like if that actually happens, but there's so little chance of that happening, because it's like Troye Sivan and it's me. You know, come on. You know, like he can do a lot better. But do you realize Troye Sivan dated like freaking who was he? Well, I can't even think of the name. Oh, who was the great couple? There's a great couple on YouTube. I'll get to it. Hold on. Hold on. I will get to it. Oh. Oh, Brandon and who was he with? Okay, Connor Franta and Troye Sivan, I think were a couple for a little bit. I don't know, 100%, but I believe so. Ethan Heathcote and where is it at? Where's it at? Where's it at? I know I'm subscribed to both channels. Jack Merridew is hot as shit, and he used to live in Allentown, Pennsylvania, which is like an hour away from me, and now he lives in LA, and I'm like, fuck, I could have dated you. We're both YouTubers. Why aren't we like together? And he's like he's a sex educator on YouTube, and I'm like, why the fuck are we not dating? Because you're a gay sex ed teacher, and I'm like, you know, a gay teacher. Where's it at though? God damn it. Marky Miller and Ethan Heathcote were together. They are the cutest freaking couple ever. Them. Nick Horton and Brandon are. Oh my god, they're so cute together. And then they did a. What was it? They did a video and they're just like. I think it was like Nick was like reading off, doing a Q&A, and they're just like, so Brandon and Nick, do you have any kinks? And you just have Brandon in the background like holding a pair of handcuffs, and he's just like, nope. You know, and that had me going for a long time. Another of my favorite jokes is there was a meme on furry art IRL of just like furry posts to Twitter. Here's a photo of me IRL, which means in real life, you know, and then the reply under it is just like, "What the fuck, dude? You're a zebra. What the fuck are you doing as a human?" You know, like it had me for at least 3 hours. Do you watch Markiplier or Jacksepticeye? No, not not currently. Uh, is Do you play Among Us? I love watching gameplay of Among Us, and I would love to play it, but my computer cannot download it. Mac computers, they're wonderful. They do my Mac setup here does a lot of shit. To be fair, I got the computer for free from a client of mine, so I can't really complain about too much. But like what I'm looking at right now, my editing suite is a $25,000 editing suite, and I really can't complain that a part of it, the main component of it, was donated to me. I cannot complain about that. So it's hard to complain about like, oh no, I can't download a couple of games, you know? Like that's not the worst thing that ever happened when it was a free computer, you know? So, oh, can you get it on your phone? I didn't know that. Okay, well that might change. Then we might be playing that sometime. I might actually play that with some fans. That'd be cool. It is a good game, but you do know that I'm always gonna be the killer, and I love it because all the players different colors, so it's all like rainbow all the time. They know how to incorporate gays, right? Thank you for telling me that, by the way. I didn't know you can get on your phone. All right, 10 more minutes, and then we're gonna when we hit 4 hours of the stream, I'm gonna go to bed. But yeah, Among Us is super gay. To be fair, everything's super gay. I drew Troy a girlfriend named Lisa, but then found out he was gay. I flipped and cried because I was embarrassed. When I first heard Troy, I saw him like in videos and stuff like that. What was the first video I saw him in? Oh no, I saw it coming out. I was watching a compilation on Facebook of coming out videos before I came out, and I was like looking at all these compilation videos of coming out videos, and that's why I created the coming out compilations on my channel now. But I was watching through all these, and I'm like, Troye Sivan, like he looks cute, you know, like he's grown up since then, because it was like it shows you what year it was posted, and I'm like, he's probably grown up by now, like he would look good as a 20-year-old, right? And I'm just like, okay, probably I'll follow him as a YouTuber, you know? And I'm like, oh shit, he does really good music, and like, oh my god, like he does other videos, and he's with all these other people, and he's a YouTuber that turned like amazing music artist around the world. I'm like, how the fuck, like, how did I not hear of this guy before, you know? And then I found out he had a boyfriend at the time, and I'm like, fuck, I have no chance. I mean, I didn't have any chance anyway. But dibs on being cyan and Among Us. Okay. My dibs go to being blue. Handkerchief code. No, dibs on being black with paw prints. Oh, I love having that next to me. I don't know. Anyway, there's a pic of all the Among Us characters colored as pride flags. The caption is, "There's one straight imposter among us." I love that. That was amazing. Is that an actual like mod to it that you can do? If so, I would totally buy that mod. I really enjoyed the 10th grade more than the 9th grade, even though the school stuff is harder and I have no classes with my best friend. I spent more time with other people and also my crush. Oh, don't make me cry. I cried enough today. You can tell me anything you want, Atlas, such as how to get to Troye Sivan's house. What picture? What picture do you want to link to? Oh, the meme that Rain was talking. Okay. German bread? Hello. I was gonna say, who are you saying hi to? Because I'm golden. No, I'm not a golden retriever. I'm a chocolate Labrador. That's right. German bread is the best bread. I'd argue Italian is better. I like Italian bread. What can I say? That's like my breakfast every morning. Italian bread with peanut butter on it. Spoiler alert, that's what I eat every morning. I'm a cheap date. Literally. I eat a couple slices of toast. It is the cheapest thing you can buy. Also, so when I was like 7, I painted a pride flag without knowing, and later when I found out, I was happy. Aw, that'd be amazing. Be like, oh, I knew I was gay emotionally all along. That'd be amazing. Oh my god. That'd be cool to find in like your thing, your scrapbooks one day. Just like, I took a lot of gay pictures back in the day. After I started watching, I was like, this guy's cool, I'm subscribing, so now I'm subscribed. Thank you, Maxine. I try to be cool. And now 15,500 of you have like subscribed to me, and I'm like, how the hell did that even happen? I'm so lucky to have that, you know? Also tell me Troy Sivan's house location. I wish I knew that. Um, I want a, okay, but here's the thing. Like, for as much PR and like being out in public as I do with my job as an entertainer, um, I genuinely want to date a guy who's not famous, or at least not in the entertainment industry, because it would help like ground me and be like that safe haven away from what I do every day. So being a musician myself, I would feel like we would both hit on each other. We would both like, well, we would definitely both hit on each other, but we would both like write songs about each other and write that. And I'm like, that's not really, it'd be cool to like share that, but at the same time, I would want a guy that's not in the entertainment industry. That way I can write songs about him and then be all romantic, and that way there's no way he can like make up for it and be like, no, I'm better, of a romancer, but I want that guy to like ground me and stuff. I realized I wasn't straight a few weeks ago because I got a crush on a girl, and gosh, it's hard to not accidentally come out. You're right about that. You hide in the closet for so long, you're like, but I want to peek out and see if it's okay. And then you're like, it is okay, hopefully. And then you're like, but I can't say anything. But just make sure you're safe. We have a whole video, 35 tips to coming out as LGBTQ. That's going to help you a lot. And that's going to help you realize when it's okay to come out, and it's going to help you, not accidentally come out before you're ready. Is mayonnaise an instrument? Yes. Okay, technically peanut butter is an instrument. If you put it on the right things. What? Is there a way to get a pride flag without being out? I really want to get a trans flag without coming out, but I'm not sure if that's possible. Yes, it is possible. We have 2 episodes to help you with that. One is called Closeted Artwork. How to paint pride flags without your parents knowing, kind of thing. We also have 15 tips to celebrate pride while staying in the closet. It's actually called like 15 tips to celebrating pride while closeted. Those episodes will help you a lot. Greetings and salutations. Horseradish is not an instrument either. Horseradish is horrible. Just in general. No problem, Eli. Any other things? A lot of times in sex ed class, a lot of guys were like, the skin flute's an instrument, and we play that. And I'm like, fuck. Anyway. I like how Jesus Christ is a channel that's in our comment section right now. Like, literally, Jesus is talking to us. I feel like if Jesus was really in the comments, he'd be like, hi. So, like, my dad's like God and all. And he approves of you being gay. And he made you this way. And we bless you. Did you know English is the hardest language to learn in the world? Yes, I did. As a person who had to learn it. Do you know of any pride parades in America, specifically Minnesota? Don't know of any currently, but I do know that if you want to celebrate pride, we have had pride events on this channel before. And there's not too many pride events that happen. There's World Pride that's been streamed on YouTube as well. We couldn't get the broadcasting rights for it. Jesus has come to speak about why we shouldn't use the Bible for homophobia. Here's the mic. You tell it. Louder for the people in the back. I hear Jesus loves you, but I don't know if he uses a condom. Fuck. To be fair, like if I was a 30-year-old man, the pictures of Jesus would have, I'm like, if the pictures of Jesus were really how he looked back in the day, he was genuinely hot. But Jesus didn't look anything like that in real life. I hope you guys know that you were lied to about that as well. Jesus in real life was proven to be an African American person. Yep, that was the real thing. And people lied to you all along. Didn't Jesus have 2 dads? Shit, he did. No, because he had God as his dad and then Joseph. Fuck. You're right. Why did I never think of that before? Holy shit, you just blew my mind. Okay, well, that happened tonight. Checkmate, homophobes. You're right about that. Homophobia is disgusting. If you want to be a part of the LGBTQ community, go ahead. Thank you, Jesus Christ. Holy shit. I never thought about that. Yeah, Adam Steve. Polyamorous that rate. That brings the whole conversation full circle. Because that was like the first question I was asked after I got done story time. Woohoo. All right. Well, now that we're full circle, which is kind of fitting for a gay stream because we're straight as a circle. But chicken nugget. What? Yeah, who likes figs? Like fig Newtons? Do you believe in God? Do I? I believe there's a higher power. But I believe there's a lot of names for that higher power. Shit. You need to stop, like, making me think tonight. He show me. Ho show me? Yeah. You need to stop making me think hard tonight. I wonder what dick and piece of rolls would be like. Okay, so last topic of the night. I could honestly vouch for a couple different foods. Peanut butter is great. Chocolate syrup is great. Whipped cream is great. What else is there? That's the only ones I remember being absolutely wonderful, combined with dick. Although, to be fair, dick by itself is one of the best things you'll ever taste in your life. I don't know where tonight went, but it got a whole lot better from the beginning. So, dick and pepperoni, hot pockets sounds great right now. Yeah. And I would love to hear a joke. And can I tell you my favorite food? Sure. Whipped cream and busy is good. Oh, bussy. Oh, that's a different word. Okay. Yeah, I never tried eating the back of someone. That's not a thing that I've tried. Matt is as inappropriate as a 13-year-old. Welcome to PBR live streams. The regular episodes are absolutely fine. Live streams are NSFW. Mint chocolate chip ice cream quesadillas. On a dick? That doesn't sound... The joke is, what did the closeted gay say? I'm coming out. What, right? Is there any LGBTQ companies that are in the Middle East? Because my parents are pretty homophobic. Not sure about the Middle East. I don't live there. I'm sorry. What does they... I'm so far in the closet, I'm king of Narnia. That's pretty good. I like that. I like that a lot. Yeah. So anyway, that's pretty good. I like that. Thank you for ending the night with a good joke. So anyway, I like how Jesus Christ is just like, yep, F them now. So anyway, I'm gonna go cuddle with some puppies. My favorite foods are mint chocolate chip ice cream and quesadillas. Oh, okay. That makes more sense. Because I was gonna say those two foods are very hard to eat on a man's dick. Dripping hot cheese on a dick. Lactose intolerant gays. Are you trying to torture me? That's pretty good. I thought we had to reserve that for marriage. Jesus. You guys are too good. Oh my god. Literally. Have a good night, Matt. Ah, thank you so much. So yeah, I'm gonna head out now. But, do I look like I give an F? Whipped cream on a dick. Don't make me hungry, man. That's the thing. After a day like I've had today, back when I was in a relationship, I'd be like, I would text my boyfriend, and I'd be like, I don't care. I'm eating dick tonight. I don't care. And he'd be like, okay, I guess. But then he would like close his eyes and be like, so I'm not going to think about you. I'm going to think about 70-year-old guys. And that felt great. So yeah. Anyway. It's been a weird day. But normally in this part of a really, really bad, shitty day, I would be like, so I'm going to go eat a dick. And I don't fucking care. Or I'm going to go cuddle with my boyfriend. But nope. Puppies and kitty cats tonight. So that's what I'm going to go do. Have a good night, everyone. Signing off. Thank you for joining me. And thank you for cheering me up a little bit. Kind of feels a little bit better now. So thank you. Have gay dreams. Invite me to you and your Troy's wedding. I'll bring pride flags. Thank you. Because you know we're going to need some. No matter how many we have, we always need more. Puppies and dick. Or better yet, a pup play boy's dick. Ah, you get 2 in 1. Oh. And then they bark at you at the last moment, and that's when you know things are about to... Yeah. Everyone who's not into pup play or is just like, what is he even talking about right now? Everyone who is like, I see you, Matt. Wait, I'm sorry. Genuinely, we have Jesus Christ and the devil both in chat. Love it. I love it so much. Oh my god. Don't get high off the white stuff. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna get Among Us in the next couple days. We're gonna play it. And then I shall see. I'm gonna practice a little bit before I play some fans, though. That's too good, though. Oh my god. Well, I can't think of a better way to end the night than Jesus Christ and the devil having a fight in my chat. You guys are too good. Oh my god. Okay. Wait. Satan and Jesus equals. Oh my god. Oh my god. I love you guys. Okay. Goodbye. Have a good rest of your day. Please live stream Among Us. Okay. Justin? Oh my god. There would be a you know what? If Jesus and the devil got together in a gay relationship, that would be one hell of a power couple. You get it? One hell. Uh yeah. Love you guys. Thank you so much for brightening my day. It was pretty dull before, so I'm very happy that you guys have brightened my day once again. I do appreciate that more than anything. Because I was severely down before. You guys know that. You saw. You heard the story. So, have a good night, everyone. Love you. I wish I was like Fluke right now where I had the sound effect where I went like this and it like barked on the screen. But I don't have that sound effect on me. So, rough. Have a good night, everyone. Love you.